and away we go. Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of Watts World. If you don't know by now, it's the show about everything and nothing all at one time. You just never know what you may or may not get. I hope all is well. Let's see who we got in here. Be Charming, good to see you. Cheryl, Fachan, Anthony Crouch, always good to see you. And Garvey, Mary Freeland, always a pleasure. Miss Vicky, good to see you. Bella, how are you this evening? Good to see you. Sandy, always a pleasure. Welcome in, everybody. Whew. Happy Thursday. We made it to the Thursday, you know. We tried the thing, we did the thing, we accomplished the thing, now we're here, whatever that thing may be, you know. Hopefully you had a prosperous and productive day. Definitely made the most out of it today. Just some things are just, you know, outside of your reach, outside of your control. Some things get thrown at you, you know. But it had its tests and it had its challenges. But fortunately and unfortunately for all the watchers, waiters, and maybe the haters, it was a successful day. You know, mission was accomplished. Uh, got everything done at the house that we could get done. Uh, I think we got to go back in the morning and do two more things. We got to set the disconnect for the mini split for the back porch, and one more small thing. I forget what it is. But yeah, pretty good day. I know it got pretty warm here today. Warm and muggy. We didn't get no rain, so just all the lingering moisture and humidity over the last 3 days of monsoon, 3 or 4 days, however many days it was of monsooning. We got, I don't know, I think we might have got up to like about 95. So who knows? That humidity was something nasty today. I think over the next couple of days it shows the temperature's going down a little bit, so that'll be a little relief. But thank God the house we was working on, or the house we was finishing up, the AC and everything's running. Man, that brand new AC unit, man, it's pumping like a champ. You almost get kind of ruined, you know. You in there doing something, and then you got to go outside to get something or do something outside, and you're like, oh man, I could live and make do without it, you know. Be a little difficult on the transition, but thank God for air conditioning, whatever it may be, you know. Don't get cold enough to have to worry about heating with fires or nothing like that unless you just wanted to do it, cook something outside. So summertime, it's a different ball game. Thank God for big screened in porches, you know. Thank God for shady screened in porches. Gotta love them. I know. Good reminder, Cheryl. Sometimes it's best, just to come out the gate with a safe word, Thursday night thunder. What could be the safe word? What could it be? It can't be too safe. I have been known to pick the most unsafe safe words on YouTube. Let's see here. Let me ponder on it. Let me think about it. Blue Butterfly, always a pleasure to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the world. You survived another one. Hey, there you go. That's a good word. I like that word. Let it be so. At any point in tonight's broadcast, you feel any form of discomfort, displeasure, irritability, irregularity, cold sweats, meat sweats, any type of discomfort that you just can't quite describe, tonight's safe word is klutz. There you go. That'll have them all shook up. Have them thinking they're at an Elvis Presley concert, All right, it's all shook up. Thank you very much. There you go. Keep our streak of unsafe safe words going. Oh man. Anthony, good to see you, Anthony. Hope all is well. Whew. Yeah, I don't know about in y'all's neck of the woods or in y'all's neighborhood, but yeah, definitely had a glimpse of summer today. I know with that heat index, it was with the humidity, it would definitely felt like it was close to 100, no doubt. Got a little relief right there at the end of the day, about I don't know 4:30. We were still at it, and you got kind of cloudy, not like rain cloudy, but just cloudy. So it's nice to finish off the day with a little relief, a little shadage. You know, smoke them if you got them, bum them if you don't. God, I guess I'm. That's funny. Oh, that's a story for a whole other time. Hmm. Hurricanes in Oregon. I didn't know they could get the hurricanes in Oregon. Interesting. Well, yeah, I know, right? The humidity had a zip code of its own here today. It's like it's like Beverly Hills. It was 30 Beverly Hills 90210. I think 90210 was the humidity factor today. Well, if you're going to get in trouble, this would be a good show to get in trouble. When it's about nothing and everything at the same time, you have to add something to the nothingness. So, wise show to get in trouble on. I do concur. We have engaged the Golden Dome. We do have all futuristic force fields engaged. Do not attempt to breach the perimeter. Stand down. Humans, stand down. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm trying to do like 5 things at one time. I got Elon Musk texting me. I got Bradley Cooper sending me a tweet. It's going crazy over here. Oh, mm, yeah. Unfortunately, man, we is I don't know, seen something pretty unfortunate yesterday. I don't know all the details behind it. I think it was yesterday about, I don't know, sometime between 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. Me and my coworker, we were going to get some material for the job we were on, and we was taking like a little back road. Um, Came up on the train tracks, and it was we police cars on both sides of the train tracks, both sides of the road. Train was at a complete stop. I was like, oh damn, train done broke down. So we sat there for a second and realized this train wasn't moving. Something bad had to happen because the cops and stuff. One of them was running back, and he was all disheveled or whatnot. So we just, my coworker was, me and him was like, man, let's just get out of here. Let's make a U-turn before traffic gets any worse right here. Because it's a back road, but it's like every back road or side street that you've got in your place. You know, if something hits the fan, you know, everybody tries to take that road, and unfortunately, it's no longer just a side street or a back road. Now it's an expressway. But anyway, we turned around and there was a guy out there on his phone talking to somebody, and I said, "Hey, buddy," I said, "if you don't mind me asking, what happened? What do you think's going on right here?" And he said, "Man, I hate to say it, but unfortunately, I think somebody just got hit by the train again." And I said, "What do you mean again? This somebody got hit earlier?" And he was like, "No, it wasn't earlier, but last week somebody got hit and run over by the train right here." And I said, "What? I didn't even hear about that one. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I don't know." Sometimes I even zone out or tune out of the local news. You know, I tune in and zone in when I want to, but other than that, I kind of stay in my own zone. But I said, man, I never really did a follow up. I seen that they announced it. I don't know, about a 45 minutes after me and him got through that intersection and got back where we was going. I just checked my phone one more time to see if there was an update, and I seen where the local news stations had acknowledged it and that something had happened. But I don't know the full details, but I know that little strip of railroad tracks. I ain't gonna say it's like a bad spot. I haven't heard of like bad things happening, unfortunately, besides this. But I mean, it's known that uh, down that train track in those woods, there's like several like in homeless camps or people that just like camp out back there. You know, never heard anything like violent happen or like anybody getting in trouble. I mean, most people kind of know, I guess, by now that they're back there. But I don't know if that had something to do with it. Uh, Drugs, alcohol, I don't know. I hate to think that somebody's just situational awareness went completely out the window. But at the same time, I don't really doubt that because so many times, I mean, and not just me, I know there's other people that probably see it, noticing it, but uh, sometimes, like after work or like on the weekends, sometimes, unless I know I'm going to a particular event and I may want to get a couple shots or a video or something, sometimes I just leave my phone at home. You know, I know where I'm going. I don't have no plan or no purpose. I'm just kind of going with the flow. And then I just look around and just everybody, people will be in the middle of a concert, in the middle of an event, in the middle of, you know, you took the time to leave your domicile and you went to this place, but you're not even at the place. You know, you're in your device. You know, You're there, but you're not there, whatever the situation may be. And I'll just sit around and I'll just look at people. And I'm thinking, everybody's looking down. Who's going to be the first person to look up and see what's going on? it may it may go on for like seconds or depending on the situation, it may be minutes. Everybody's just glued in, swiping, clicking, flicking. It's fascinating. It really is. I know like the elders and people older than me, you came from a time where you didn't have a certain thing and you kind of came into it, but I don't know. My generation, well, I ain't even going to say my generation because I can't speak for my generation. I can only speak for myself, but uh, me, myself, the time, the era, maybe the different things at play, but it just seemed kind of different. Even being born in the late '80s and coming up in the '90s, I grew up in like a analog world, and everything just kind of switched over to digital. The Y2K Great Reset. A lot of things changed after that. Um, I know I can see it and acknowledge it, whatever it may be across the board. Things like that happen. It's not just like one or two things change. It's the system itself kind of changes in the way you move and operate in it. Um, and it's like that during any type of major event that we experience. As humans or as Americans or in this timeline, we kind of our minds are kind of set to think about the last big thing, whatever the last big thing was, whatever it is, the uh the 2020 COVIDiums, the 9/11s, a different war, uh 9/11, Y2K, whatever it may be, different events, certain things. Uh, if any of that even makes any sense. I guess sometimes, like us all, things may make sense in our minds, but how they translate and relate and amalgamate into someone else's ears, heart, eyes, mind, we never truly know. You know, we may say the thing, we may mimic the thing, but ultimately we never really know besides our own thoughts. Right. Those things still happen. I still hold the door for anybody, man, woman, child, old, young. If it's somebody coming out, I'll let them come out before me. If it's somebody behind me, even if I know I didn't like walked into this store and I know during my whole situational awareness of traversing through this matrix of parking lotology, I know that there was nobody around me, but even then, just out of habit, I'll hold the door, look around, like I'm crossing the street, just certain things. Tasha, greetings and salutations from the South African, all the way from South Africa. Now, see, I would do those type of things, but I don't know. I limit myself to chairs. If I mean, if it's like a restaurant or something like that, and that's what they have is chairs, yeah, or whatever the set may be. Uh, but as of a taller and larger person myself, I try to stay away from certain kind of chairs over a long period of time. Gets kind of uncomfortable. I get a little fidgety. You know what I mean? I got to get up and walk around the joint. I got to walk back in the back, see if the cook needs a hand. You know, Scrimshaw Rose. Good evening. Good morning. Welcome in. Good to see you. Who else we got? We got all type of legends creeping in here. I can't keep up. Pat Evans. Always a pleasure to see you, Pat. Hope all is well. No storms here tonight. We had a few thunderstorms, but they done pushed out, cleared on out. There you go. Everybody's got their thing. Everybody's got their. It's like watching the professional ball players, and they all got their little special handshakes. You get a handshake, you get a handshake. You just get a butt tap. Be charming, good to see you. It's tough being the queen bee. Somebody's got to do it. It must be done. It must be done. Mm. Oh yeah, I think the Lady Vols are still in it. The Lady Bulldogs, unfortunately, their season and their softball journey ended. They had a good run. They put up a good fight. Yeah. I don't know how many teams is left in it for the women's. I know the uh men's Georgia Bulldog baseball team, they play tomorrow evening. They kick off their postseason run tomorrow. They take on the Long what is it? The Long Island University, the Long Island Sharks. So I said, yeah, good luck to these clowns. You know what I mean? Shit, it ain't even got to be Shark Week, but that dog ain't gonna hunt. You know what I mean? Shoot, the Long Island Sharks. Ain't nobody even heard of these people. Where they even come from? I think she may be out lassoing a few tornadoes. Putting them to bed, tucking them in, keeping us on the east of the east of the Mississippi a little bit more safe and comfortable. Well, uh, many different levels of baseball right now. Well, as far as Major League Baseball, the Atlanta Braves they still hold first place. I watched them earlier tonight. They beat the Boston Red Sox. They beat them pretty good. They returned the favor of the beating that the Boston Baked Beans put on them last night. So it was only fair. And then what was it? I think Ronald Acuna. I think he did one of them guys. He hit a grand slam. But as far as right now, the Atlanta Braves in the MLB, they're I guess first overall, but there's still 100 something games to go. College wise, college baseball, postseason's just kind of getting into it. Um, but yeah, if you like baseball, it's definitely happening. It's going on. I know for whatever it's worth, they finally they had the big announcement celebration the other evening. That was a pretty cool event, pretty cool show. If anybody remembers Tim Tebow, he was a awesome athlete, awesome football player, awesome quarterback. He was the quarterback for the Florida Gators in college, and man, he gave the Bulldogs hell. He gave the Bulldogs hell every year he was there. I was glad to see him graduate and go on. I'm like, man, dude, if this dude comes back for a 6 year, it's gonna be like Van Wilder. But he won a national championship in college. Uh, went on to the NFL, played a few seasons with the NFL. Now he's just got a bunch of different things going on, a bunch of different business ventures. But he's the co-owner of the Augusta Lynx hockey team, semi-pro hockey team. We used to have a semi-pro hockey team, the Augusta Lynx. Shoot, it's been 16 years. Yeah, no, 18 years. It's been 18 years since the hockey team left here in Augusta. But they're bringing it back. I think they're still building a new arena, but they said next October 2027 is going to be the kickoff of the Augusta Lynx, Augusta, Georgia semi-pro hockey team. Sometimes you go to a fight and a hockey game breaks out. That's the cool thing about it. You go for the fight and sometimes the hockey game will break out. They probably are, Pat. I think AT&T Stadium, which for people that aren't familiar, AT&T Stadium is the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Um, Dallas, as well as several other major cities um, around the country, they're fixing to get ready to host. I think is it World Cup soccer matches. I know even here on the state of Georgia in Atlanta, they're hosting 8 games from June the 15th to July the 15th. They're hosting 8 games, different cities. I think Dallas, Seattle. Um, I forget all the different cities, but yeah, could be could be what they're setting up for. No, see that's the thing. Most people think it melted. That would be your first thought. You would think it melted, or we just crushed it up and put it in our sweet tea. But no, no, it was one year. It was 18 years ago, almost to this day. Almost to this day, 18 years ago. It was a warm spring evening, much like tonight. We had just got some rainstorms and everything, and so the water table and the water was up pretty good. Well, it had rained so much and so hard for so many days that the geese flew down, and it confused the geese. I guess they thought they had made it all the way back to Canada. They thought they made it all the way back to the Canada safe zone, but they didn't. They landed here on Augusta, Georgia. I mean, it was thousands and thousands of geese, and they found this little patch of water, that the Augusta Lynx played hockey on. They seen all the cool lines and all that stuff, and they said, "Well, heck, that'll be a great place to land." But all of a sudden, within that night, this crazy snowpocalypse event happened. I mean, it was just totally bizarre. Came in, froze the waters. The geese freaked out. They didn't know what happened. So their little geese feet was down below the pond level, but their wings was up. So they all just started flapping their little geese wings all in unison. And man, they just upped and hauled the whole lake with them. The whole Augusta Lynx semi-pro hockey practicing facility. It just took their whole water supply. So they was like, the heck with that. We can't have hockey without no hockey rink. So yeah, allegedly that's what happened. You know, most people think it melted. Most people thought we just chopped up the ice and put it in our sweet tea, but no. Little did you know. Little did you know. Nice. Cobra chickens. I think I went to school with someone who identified as a cobra chicken. Fascinating creatures. Bonnies. I told him you was out wrestling tornadoes and keeping the Eastern Front safe. Well, you know, some people have said that, B. Some people have presented me with that. They've sent me articles and factoids, but coincidences happen. These things happen, B. I don't know when or how they're going to present themselves. They just happen. I guess all you could hope for is a side of fried green tomatoes as you're watching the entire lake just fly away on a frozen goose's behind. If you know, you know. If you don't know, unfortunately, you just won't know by Googling it. You still got to experience it, you know? Not so much now. I mean, my grandpa had a bunch of different cars and stuff, and uh, he kind of broke down some of his collection amongst the different, uh, boy grandsons or whatever. But anyway, I've got some, or uh, when I was younger, I might have, traded or got some. I've got a bunch put up. I need to, I guess, eventually have them looked at, maybe appraised, see if anything is worth anything. I really didn't never really fully look through all the cars my granddad gave me, but who knows? I got so many different collections of various things, you know. If I don't acquire anything else, I think I would still be good. But that's just me, you know. I like the odd and interesting and fascinating collectibles of all the things that I don't really need, you know. You know it. Know what I mean? Oh, no doubt. If there is a game being played, there is a way to rig it, a way to stage it, a way to alter it, a way to manipulate it, you know. If there's rules, there's ways to cheat it, you know. There's ways to win it, there's ways to manipulate it. To what level, to what degree, you know. It's up to the player. It may not always be dealer's choice, you know. Yeah, I don't. I think that might have been a little bit before my time. I don't know when they originally first came out, but yeah, I know the existence. I know it was like a couple years back. I don't know if it was like new versions or they just like brought back the brand to like sell merch or whatever. But I remember it was like a couple years ago. It was somewhere I seen them somewhere. It might have been at the Ollie's. I don't know, but I seen some. I said, "Dang, they still make this stuff." Hey, you never know. You never know. I don't know. But yeah, no doubt. Different games, different sports games. I acknowledge them for what they are. You know, nothing else, purely entertainment. I guess I still have that uh, love or interest or whatever it may be for it. You know, I played various sports throughout life as a kid. So, you know, even if you really lose majority of the interest, you know, you still have somewhat of a interest, I guess. I don't know. Today I do, maybe tomorrow I don't. Who knows? Sometimes it feels like tomorrow will never be here. Just, just like this show, just like Watts World, the show about nothing and everything, you know? Oh, man. Mm-mm-mm. There you go. If you could be a mascot, what mascot would you be? You know, what would be your mascot name? What would be your mascot image? No, it's the internet. You have to tell everything on the internet. You know, it wouldn't be the internet unless you tell it all. That's why everything you hear and see on the internet's allegedly true and real. Stallion. You can see that. Majestic stallion. I don't know. Some people say I already look like a mascot, so who knows? Maybe I'm already living the mascot life and I don't even know it. Well, you know they canceled weather. A couple weeks ago when gas started going back up, they was like, all right, hey, y'all can either keep gas or we're gonna cancel weather. We was like, well, we need gas, so they canceled weather. They canceled weather for like 3 weeks and they brought it back. As soon as they brought back weather, it just like all the weather that we didn't get, it just kind of built up and just released at one time. You know, they opened the floodgates. So all over all the rain we got over the weekend and the last few evenings. Today was the first day we didn't get no rain here in my area. So yeah, it was like a giant greenhouse. I know it like I don't know what time it was today. It was a little bit after lunchtime, I reckon. And we rode by this one doctor's office or some business, that the signs they tell the time and the temperature. And there's what this was like a little after lunch, and it said like 94.6 or 94, yeah, 94.6 or 94.7. It was like a radio station. I'm like, yeah, when your temperature starts looking like an FM radio station, then you know it's a little hot, it's a little toasty. Oh, I got the entire animal kingdom represented around me. I feel like, lions, tigers, bears, monkeys, bulldogs, crickets, you know. I think I even seen like a two-legged snake earlier. I don't know what was going on with that thing. Him and the possum were just kind of going at it. So, damn, animal kingdom is really taking a shift. I guess they're following our suit. But yeah. Unless it's just absolutely horrific weather, most times in the evening time like this, I just sit outside, enjoy everything I get, go inside and try it again tomorrow. Lady Smith, good to see you. I hope all is well. Watch out, y'all. We got zombies in the chat. We got zombies in the chat. There has been a zombie sighting and confirmation report. There you go. As long as you keep it consistent, that's the thing. Be consistent about it. If you're going to stick to a week, make sure you get that weekly shower in. If it's daily, daily. If it's weekly, weekly. If it's monthly, monthly. Just be consistent and disciplined with every move we make. I feel like I missed something here. Thought I saw a question. Maybe it wasn't a question. Yeah. The world may never know. The world may never know. It's good to see you again, Fancy Oak. Definitely been keeping you in the prayer circles. I'm glad you're doing better, doing well, recuperating, rehabilitating, resting, whatever may be, whatever's needed. You know, make sure you take the time and get yourself back up. Definitely appreciate you being here. Oh man, be careful. Be careful. What you cooking? What are you cooking? Huh. I don't know what that means, but it sounds interesting. I must have missed something in chat. Don't know. Let me see here. Oh, we got a town called Lady Smith. How about that? Could be the origin story of Ladysmith, you know? Oh, I was thinking steak. Hamburgers it is. The minced compressed patties of the steak, you know? That it is. That it is, you know? Just when you think you got life figured out, you know, you just find out you got a whole town, a whole city, a whole district just dedicated to your honor, you know? Now you just feel obligated to visit. Now you must go. You must see the land of Ladysmith. Have me some. It was Thursday. I said the heck with it. I didn't cook nothing, so went to a local Asian place and got some chicken wings. Man, I don't know what all they marinate the chicken wings in, but it's just like a plain chicken wing, but they marinate it in something. Uh, Probably teriyaki, soy sauce, different things, but they don't put any bread nor any batter on it. I guess they just take it out to marinade and then deep fry it. But man, those are some of the best chicken wings. I tried a couple different variations. I ain't quite figured out what their recipe is. If I could figure out what it is, I might be onto something, you know? There you go. It's funny you mentioned that. That is the state dish of Alabama. Oak marinated wings. You know, I think allegedly that is their state dish. The state dish of Alabama. If anybody can correct me, please. Please present. Mm, 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 mm. Now I got some got a dozen of those wings and some fries, and it's been a while since I had some old chicken hut fries, you know, just your old standard crinkle fries. They weren't too bad, you know. I guess I caught them on a good day, you know. Everything was fresh, fresh fries, fresh oil. Caught them on a good day. Good timing. Oh wow. Dang, he was marinated in coke and got 3 to 5. Dang, Uncle Leo. Man. Yeah, shout out to the Uncle Leos of the world, you know. All those Uncle Leos that went to get the cigarettes and never came back. Damn, Uncle Leo. I guess your Uncle Leo will be getting out about the time your mother in law's going in, you know. Be a interesting time and interesting dynamic, you know. I guess they could bond, you know, talk about old times. Yeah, I think everybody's got an Uncle Leo, even if his name ain't Leo, you know. Just kind of fits that MO. Oh, you know, I find it funny, like, I don't know, different things are, I guess, like a Americanized food or different things we eat here in America, whether it's staged, real, or whatever. Sometimes they're kind of funny. I won't watch the whole thing, but I'll watch a couple minutes. You know, I'll watch like one or two eat it, where they have like allegedly different um, indigenous or different people from different parts of the world, and they give them like an American dish, you know, like a hamburger or like a pizza or like I forget what they ate one time, and it was hilarious watching them eat it because you could tell when they looked at this dish, they had no idea what it was. You know, they didn't even know how to approach it. Or even the one video where they had like these people that allegedly never had a hamburger, never seen a hamburger. You know, watching them just trying to figure out how they were supposed to dissect it. One person, he thought he was just supposed to eat it like in pieces, like he just ate the whole bread. Then he ate the whole patty. Then he ate the other bread. That was pretty funny, whether it's staged or not. But yeah, I think one of them might have been like spaghetti or something. the endless, the endless brain coma of content. You know, it's definitely out there. I would not be surprised. You know, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Yeah, like anything, it's sometimes it may be hard to know what's in it, especially when you don't even know where it's coming from, what all it had to get to go from point A to point Z, wherever you fall on the spectrum of alphabetology. I know I used to tear them up. I used to love a good fried pork chop, grilled pork chop, baked, you know. But nah, come to think about it, heck, I ain't had a pork chop in forever. It's been a while. Yeah, I seen that online one time. I thought that was a joke or like a meme, you know, like the Alabama white sauce. It just sounds like the creation of like a beautiful meme or like a a late night Saturday night skit, a Mad TV skit. You know, if you remember the Mad TV back in the day, y'all might be a little too young to remember the Mad TV. Yeah, the Alabama white sauce. Never tried it, but I have seen it. I said leave it up to Alabama to make a white sauce. You know, a white barbecue sauce. You know, leave it to the Alabamians. But I imagine it may be some good stuff. You know, it may be good. Matter of fact, I think it's one of the local barbecue places that I even will entertain around here. Uh, downtown on the river. It's called Fifth and Fire. They got a pretty good product. At this point, I think I've tried about everything they got on the menu, besides like uh, salads or like wraps or things like that. You know, just like the meat and the sides, even some of the appetizers. They got pretty good stuff. They do a lot of stuff in house. But what was the point I was fixing to make on that? Oh yeah, they got an Alabama white sauce on them. They got a bunch of them. They got like 8 or 9 different sauces that they got. All of them they make in house. Um, I don't know. I tried like 2 or 3 of them. That's about as far as I ventured into it. Because as far as like, don't get me wrong. Now, I enjoy a good sauce, but I always like it on the side. You know, I like the meat to just kind of do its thing. You know, uh, dry rub, seasoning, naked, however it may go. You know, maybe if it ain't nothing but just a little salt, pepper, and a little garlic on there. You know, just kind of let the naturalness and the smoke just kind of take over. But I don't mind a little sauce on the side. But that's just me. I know everybody's different. You know, everybody's got a different cup of tea. Hey, it's just it's not my fault. Somebody said something. You know, maybe it was my small goldfish memory span that just triggers these type of what ifisms. You know, what ifisms. But it's in the, it's in the description. It's in the time. I think we may talk about food at some point. The consumption of food, the lack of food, whatever it may be. Speaking of food, I think I got a factoid. I know you probably don't care, but I'm gonna drop it anyway. Where is it at here? Eh, I think it was that one. Oh dang, that's the wrong button. You don't want to press that button. What is this? All right, I thought I had more than one link saved. Where is it at? But no, speaking of food, that link I just dropped, it kind of directs you and talks about the Agricultural Act of 1956, and there was many different acts. In any good story, in any good play, in any good fable or any good legend, you have to have acts. You have to have good acts. There may be some crappy acts. Watts World, Watts Life, that may be a crappy act, but in the grander scheme of things, you got to have good acts. It keeps the whole setting and the whole plot together. But anyways, it was today in 1956 that Dwight D. Eisenhower introduced the Soil Bank program. This was This legislation was designed to curb massive post-war agricultural surpluses by paying farmers to retire cropland, thereby reducing production and allowing the government to manage and stabilize existing commodity stocks, whatever those stocks may be. Wheat, grain, corns, sugars. The list goes on and on. And we've seen this at different times, different wars. I mean, during even like now, we're celebrating the 250. Uh, Pilgrim 420. Good to see you. I hope all is well. Always a pleasure to see you. But even as we celebrate the 250, there was different things they put into order. But yeah, we talk about farming, farming and self sufficiency. You know, I think a lot of people they talk about those topics. Uh, whatever it may be. But we talk about the situation going on with the farmers. It's a now thing because we're experiencing it. But just like any of these different acts that we experience and they put forth, they're constantly ever evolving. There's constant plot twists in these acts. Um, there's constant, who done it. Was it the mayor? Was it the mayor? Was it the butler in the Pelosi house with the hammer? Was it the guy in the White House with the bag? It's just different plot twists, different things happen. But I don't know. It's just one of the things. I think if anything, it's always good to just be present here and now. Because even as we circumvent or transcend or whatever we do across this thing we call time, ultimately we can't go back to the past. We can't go to the future. We're just kind of stuck on this here and now bubble of a timeline. Ultimately, I don't think the time itself or whatever it is monitoring us or gauging us really moves. Ultimately, I think it's just us and the experience. Whether we're here in the now, or we're so far ahead in the future we can't even see the now, or maybe we're just venturing back. I like to venture back just for the simple aspect of just seeing how certain things went, or if nothing else, how they presented him to be, his story, whoever he is, whatever the story is, it must be told, it must be written down. The people must know about it, they must talk about it, they must believe in it. Um, but yeah, I do find it fascinating, if history repeats itself, and a lot of times it rhymes. But yeah, we talk about these things, about the farmers or the redcoats and different things. And now these acts they come and go. If nothing under the sun is new, some things come for the now, some things never go away. And I don't know. if any of that even makes any sense, just the rambling maze of the brain. I guess even the, you know, I don't know. Sherry, good evening. Good to see you. Sometimes you know, it is interesting. It is interesting. And even if it sometimes it presents itself to be truth, is it real? Or you find something that presents itself to be real, is it the truth? You know, the Great Potato Famine. Let me see here. I had too many notes. I think I'm gonna just leave them as they are right now. I like potato soup, but it's too warm for the soup. I like a hot meal, but you know, it's tough to get through a hot bowl of soup. After you done been outside and it feels like you done, especially here in the South where I am now, where it feels like you just been in a hot bowl of soup all day. Like, man, help, I'm falling and I can't get up, you know? Yeah, yeah. It's it's funny. It's funny, not funny to just like look back at certain things. The Great Plague, the Great Famine, you know, the Great Fire of Chicago. There's that, yeah, I mean, they use that word "great," that catchy, the different words they used to trick us. But yeah, it wasn't great. It was terrible, no doubt. To try. Thanks for correcting the minutes. I appreciate you. Appreciate you as always, checking in, tuning in. Oh man, yeah. Oh, I love their wordplay. And it's still true now. It's still true now. Guess different things, different acts. The Patriot Act, I guess during that time of the event, I was just a kid when the whole 9/11 transpired, but I mean that Patriot Act things then hindsight's 2020. We don't went through 2020. So where is the hindsight? But I don't know. Definitely the things that they present themselves to be definitely may not be what it cut out to be. See my lazy eye. See, you almost got me there. My lazy eye and my Georgiatism started kicking in. I thought you had a Sasquatch casserole. I've been saying, man, we got the Sasquatches now. But damn, that does sound good. Some ribs and a squash casserole. Oh man, if you know, you know. If you don't know, I don't think Google can help you. I don't think Google is your friend at this point. If you may not know or you may not know, I think Bonnie may know. I don't know. Either that or the hamburgers were phenomenal. Whew. Oh man. Mm-mm-mm. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Mm. Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Whether it's good or bad, at least knowing where some of the things that we consume and intake come from, you know. I mean, if it may not be nothing more than just a peace of mind, whatever a peace of mind is. I mean, heck, across the board. I mean, heck, everything's up. I guess if you got to pay more, you might as well pay more for local. Walking in the dirt that it came from, shaking the guy's hand that grew it, whatever it may be. It's like I remember as a kid, even as a kid, I seen like certain commercials, and I'm like, man, this is just weird. Why are they putting this on TV? But I don't even. They're no longer even in existence now. They've done got bought out and traded so many times since then. But we used to have a grocery store franchise here called Bilo. It was Bilo, Bilo, and they used to have these commercials, and the guy, I can't remember if they ever showed the guy or it was just like a pair of hands or some gloves or something, but it was kind of weird. It was like Walter. He was like, you can bet your bottom dollar if Walter's picking it, then it's something. Then it's grade A or something. It's a Walter. It's a Walter pick. I'm thinking, yeah, that's kind of creepy. Sounds like they was just it really sounded like they was just kind of bootlegging off Walmart. They just didn't say Walmart. They was just calling the guy Walter. It's a Walter's pick. I'm like, nah, I'm a kid. I'm not buying the groceries, but yeah, I'm staying away from Walter's picks. Pilgrim. Shoot, now that I think about it, even in my area, I mean, ain't too many of them places left. Um, a few Food Lions, Wally World, of course. But as far as like grocery stores, all that stuff then got flipped and turned over. Uh, what is it now? KJ's Market. I think there's like a few IGAs left. Um, Aldi's, um, little places like that. All that stuff's done shifted. Shoot, they brought a Piggly Wiggly back after about 20 years, but shoot, the prices they brought it back, and they brought the futuristic prices with them. I don't know how they expected to be in business. Prices is already high, and then you just gonna come and like have double the price of what everybody else is selling. That don't sound like a smart business venture. Even if you're waiting for it to catch up to you, that's a long void until my price meets your price. If I'm selling the same thing, and then especially if you only got one store in the area, people's not gonna, uh, for the most part, go deliberately out their way. A lot of people do. A lot of people would end up spending 10 more extra dollars just to save 57 cents or whatever. It's crazy. I'm not no genius with the mathology, but even by my standards, that math just don't sound right. I got to invest $10 to only get 57 cents, then I'm gonna stop doing that. Yeah, I don't think they'll survive. They should have just stayed gone. I think that whenever Piggly Wiggly left, that's when Winn Dixie left. We used to have Winn Dixie supermarkets. I think both of them kind of left the area at the same time. Buckeye Bob, greetings and salutations. I hope all is well. Oh, I'm sure different areas, different regions. Yeah, you got just warehouses, regional warehouses. Yeah, especially like across the board, the generic stuff. The stuff that you can find everywhere. Some stuff's regional. You know, some of your markets might carry like a local thing, local honey, local whatever. But yeah, for the most part, it's pretty much the same across the board. But it's the things outside of the boxes, the packaging, all that sealing and protective coating. Those things vary. You know, fresh produce, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, herbs, meats. Whether you eat the meat or you don't eat the meat, that's a whole nother thing in itself. I eat with moderation and respect. I try not to overdo it on anything. And even then, shoot, I can throw back some food, but even mine, I'm still kind of picky on certain things. I don't eat fast food. I don't eat out at most chain restaurants. It's very rare that I will eat at a chain restaurant. You know, I try to do local mom and pop when I eat out. And then even them, some of them's, kind of hit and miss, unfortunately, But it just kind of is what it is. It is what it is, and I hate it. I don't like the is what it is. Tasha, you stay blessed, and I don't know what time it is in South Africa, but I imagine it's pretty late, pretty early. You know, I don't know the thing. I'm still trying to figure out the thing, but yeah, ultimately, no matter what we're doing, we have to make a choice and choose something. Whatever we're consuming, information, food, air, whatever it may be, we consume every day. We are a consuming population. Ultimately, we just have to choose wisely on what we consume, what we take in, what stays with us. A reason, a season, or a lifetime. Choose wisely, young Jedi. Choose wisely. Hey, bam, 4 inches of rain. Mm, you know, one of these days I'm gonna have to check out the salt grass. It sounds good. If it's Pat Evans approved, I'm definitely check it out if I get the opportunity. Pretty sure that's probably a local thing there. I ain't never heard it here. We got a few decent local steakhouses, places like that. There are a few places they get local beef, local things. Definitely can taste the difference. I mean, flavor, taste, ultimately, whether it's better for you or down the long run, I would think so, hope so, whatever it may be. But versus something frozen or out of a big box store, limbs done crooking here. Forney, Texas. Fornine, Fornine, Texas. Limbs, what's up, buddy? The best tree climber in the state of South Carolina. Nobody has yet to correct me on that fact yet. Limbs, you are still officially the best, quickest, most efficient, and entertaining tree climber in the state of South Kakalaki. You know, I stand on that. Till somebody presents otherwise, I'm standing on it, Limbs. Got a big legend to uphold. If you like entertainment, you like seeing what it. If you like seeing the view from 100 feet up on hanging off of an oak tree, definitely check out Limb's channel. See what I'm saying? He's got two uploading as we speak. He's got two in the chamber. You know, he's got two in the chamber in the YouTube streets. He's pumping it out like waffles at the Waffle House. That's what's up. There you go. So far so good. It's pretty safe, pretty sound. Like the like the greatest of all media says. This is my safe place. Please respect it. Limbs. I made Limbs a modder. Limbs, drop your channel link. Anybody that's a moderator, at any point, feel free, drop a link. If you got a link, drop your own link, Uh, do the thing, share the thing. You know, you know the thing, do it. But there you go. Limbs to limbs, ladies and gentlemen. The greatest tree climber in the state of South Carolina. I think when we have the official Watts World YouTube Panelverse MySpace 2.0 post COVID award ceremony, that will be your sole award, Nobody else can even contend with that award. The best tree climber in the state of South Carolina on the YouTube streets, ladies and gentlemen. See, my lazy eye almost kicked in again. I'm glad I reread that, I thought it's a blessing sometimes to be retarded, I was thinking, well, I gotta have those moments sometimes, But yeah, it's a blessing sometimes to be retired as well. Oh man. There you go. Do the thing. Share the thing. Oh man. Whew. It's like doing carpentry, you know what I mean? You measure twice and you cut once. Nowadays you definitely gotta read twice and acknowledge once, There you go. I experienced a little bit of both there, A little ignorance, a little bliss, a little mambo number 5, you know. There you go. Tribe also has a channel. The he puts out different knowledgeable videos about different terms, different ways to handle certain things, address certain things. Definitely check it out. I know, right? Like it's gotta be. Like we was going in between or whatever today, and there was just a guy walking through the intersection, and it was just like, I don't know. Maybe he just had the right aura around him, or maybe he just was cashing in all the luck he had built up. But yeah, this dude's just bebopping across the highway with man, it looked like he was dressed for like wintertime, had headphones on, glasses, hat, all type of stuff. Yeah, he's just bebopping across the highway playing Human Frogger like it's just no problem. I said, man, either this guy's got it figured out or he's completely lost everything he thought he didn't have. It's a slippery slope. You don't know. This guy might be on to something or he might be on one. Just got to beware, be alert. There you go. Pilgrim 420. Check out his channel as well. That's what I specialize in, content, A lot of people do content, I do nontent. You just never know. Just never know. Let's see here. Where's the thing? Where is the thing? Oh yeah, all the frogs and the crickets and everything, they're loving it. I guess to their little frog and insect bodies, it was like the great flood over the weekend. They didn't know what was going on. Oh yeah, no doubt. South Carolina, yeah, a lot of diversity. From down there in the low country, down there on the coast to the Midlands, all the way up to like upper states, South Carolina. A lot of diversity. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful place. Cordsville, South Carolina. You know what I mean? I think I may have some knowledge of that. It sounds familiar. You know what I mean? Either I know about it or I forgot about it intentionally. But thank you for bringing that up. Man, definitely. Subscribe to all the contentors and non-contentees like myself, you know? Do the thing, you never know. You never know. Let's see. We got all type of chaos in the backstage. I think there was like three people. There was three people back there, and I just single-handedly watched one of them just single-handedly battle it out like Mad Max in the Thunderdome. Holy hell, man! I don't even know if I can roll that beautiful bean footage, but yeah, the lone survivor, the zombie. Welcome up, zombie.
What's up, boy?
Yeah, South Carolina's beautiful. It definitely has its places, you know, whatever you're into. Oh hell yeah, Watermelon Festival. Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm down for that one. What's going on? What's on your mind and your heart?
I find it kind of strange that the fruit of Alabama is actually a peach.
Excuse me? What did you just say now? That sounds highly inappropriate. Could you repeat that?
The fruit of Alabama is actually a peach.
Nah, we got to get a recount. We got to get a revote.
Well, I was thinking the same thing. First
Damn,
time I ever
dude.
seen one of them. First time I ever seen one of them there peach water towers was in the state of Georgia
Man, that
in
just kind of made me
Charlotte.
feel some type of way, dude. Not against you, but I didn't know Alabama had things going on like that, man. Dang, we got to step our game up here, man. We can't have Alabama come cutting in our territory. We already got South Carolina and Florida on our back. You know what I mean? That's the last thing we need is Alabama on the stranglehold.
Yeah, that's kind of odd. I thought a peach, and then one of their state uh other state thing is blackberries.
All right, yeah, that's kind of neutral. We'll let them have. We'll share that. You know, that ain't too harsh either way. You know, we like our berries in the South.
Yeah,
Well, they can have it. They can have that in their white sauce. As long as they don't try to level it up any time soon between now and 2030. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Can't be having that. Dang. Shit, I'm gonna have to beef up security on the south lawn of the property now, bro.
So, how's everything over in Georgia?
Well, I was gonna say it's just peachy. I don't even think I can legally say it's just peachy anymore. Considering Alabama's peachology, but it's just peachy, you know. Is there any more
You
peachy?
know,
I'd have to change my handle to Mr. Cobbler, you know.
I googled that just a while ago when you mentioned something, and then that's what it said
What's that?
about
All about the peach? Yeah.
peaches and white barbecue sauce,
Huh.
blackberries, and fried green tomatoes.
See, that's what happens. That's what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you eat too many unfit Alabama peaches. You just come up with these wild ideas, you know, like, hey, let's make a white sauce, a white barbecue sauce, you know.
Yeah,
Maybe how these things happen. I don't know.
they used to have something. They still cook it over there in the south of Georgia and Alabama. My relatives, I got a lot of relatives over in them there parts. They call it camp stew. You ever had any camp stew?
I can't say that I have. I can neither
It,
confirm nor deny, but I can't say right off the top, you know?
it's a big old pot of deliciously cooked over an open fire in a big black kettle. Stew meat. It's just meat, no vegetables. It's all stew meat cooked in a red sauce.
You know? That sounded good, but man, my whole world, my whole house of peach cards are just crumbling down around me, bro. Limbs just said he Googled it and it said that South Carolina holds the title for selling the most peaches. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Damn,
Georgia's got to
everything that I
step
thought
up.
was true is just a lie, bro. There wasn't even peaches in the cornucopia because there was no cornucopia of fruit. You know, they've erased everything.
Yeah,
Just take it, bro. Just I guess it's yours. It's yours. You know. Dang. Well, I got me some peaches last weekend, and all the muck and the chaos of the storm, I was able to get me a bucket of them. It was pretty good.
oh
Pretty
yeah, it
good.
ain't nothing like a big old bunch of fresh peaches, you know. And you know they're fresh 'cause if you try to eat them without washing the fuzz off of them a little bit, you know,
Oh yeah, it's
gives you
worth
that.
the risk at that point.
Yeah,
Yeah, I loaded up on the fresh fruits last weekend. I got the peaches. I got some. Heck, I don't forgot what it was now. Like plums. I got some muscadines. Got some strawberries. Shit, I just loaded up.
yeah. I bought I bought some plums not so long ago, man, and I set them out, you know, like on the counter 'cause I tried eating one of them and it was like hard. You know what I mean? It was
Yeah,
like
yeah.
nasty. So I set them out there for about 4 or 5 days. What? I ain't kidding. Went back over there, tried another one. Same thing again. I was like, man, what are they growing these things? You know, like a hard ass fruit, just tough.
Yeah. I've had some experience like that buying peaches like off season, you know, from wherever they're
Yeah,
coming from, different things. And yeah, it hadn't always been the best experience. I've had a few like that. Yeah, it didn't matter what I did or how long it was. They just didn't never do anything more than what they were when I got them.
yeah,
Yeah, muscadines. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you might want to Google it. Just be careful on your spelling. Be careful with your spellology. Oh, limbs, you should be all around the muscadines in South Carolina. And there's people have yards full of them that they've dedicated. You know, it's like vineyards. You know, that's pretty much what they are, like a cousin of the grape. They grow like grapes. They're just a little bit bigger. Muscadines and scuppernongs. Yeah. Yeah, definitely an acquired taste. If you never had them, I definitely wouldn't recommend eating a whole bunch of them.
You ever tried any of them wild apricots?
No, unless we knew them by something different. I can't say that I have. Um,
I can't I can't tell you what. I know that when I was a kid, if you run through them in the summertime and squashed a few of them, they smelled like real sweet fruit. And then I never was one for eating one of them, but they called them wild apricot,
huh,
full of seeds. So
who knows? I think about all the different um, things that just are still available around us, you know, naturally around us, and just I don't know, at whatever time when things could have been different or whatever they might have been, just imagine how lush and plentiful how certain things could have been, you know. whatever degree of change or whatever alteration it might have been, if we can still uh, see abundance and see growth and still see things thriving now amongst whatever it is we see or whatever is going on.
Yeah, a lot of these, uh, a lot of these food producers, like I was saying, there's not a whole lot to choose from out there in the big commercial end, and they all pretty much come from the same factories. Even the name brand factories has got off-brand products. It's the same product. They put it in a different box and sell it out the door, but it pretty much comes from the same sources.
Should be safe, Pat. I haven't seen any current updates on the banana sandwiches yet.
Good old banana and peanut butter sandwich, man. That's a staple in the South.
Yeah, yeah, I had a bunch of them. Yeah, throw a banana, water, peanut butter on it, some bread. Yeah, that'll swell up on you. Oh man, it ain't something that you would just make on like a full on like peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But you ever heard of the the roadside attraction Stuckies? The pecan logs and the whole deal. You know about
Oh
that?
yeah, they they pretty much shut down everywhere, man. I remember they used to be Stuckies at every other freaking exit in the South.
Yeah, it was like a roadside thing, at one time.
Yeah,
But I went to one. We got one here locally, not too far from me. It's probably about, I don't know, 30 minutes south of me, down in Rennes, Georgia. They got a Stuckey's, and they got the big plant where they make the different candies and stuff. But they also got the shop where you can go in there, and of course everything peanut, everything pecan, uh, all
yeah,
locally sourced as far as the pecans and the nuts. Some things you got to get outside, unfortunately. But
yeah,
I got some. I don't know. I got a bag of stuff. I got all type of stuff. More stuff than I needed, but I just it happens like that sometimes. But I got this pecan. It's like peanut butter, but it's pecan butter. And man, now that's some good stuff. You can't
oh
do a
yeah,
whole lot of it. You don't want to. You don't want to put it on there thick. Well, I mean, I guess you could, but
yeah.
yeah,
It's a little
pretty
more
interesting stuff.
pungent. It's a little more pungent than peanut butter.
Yeah, yeah,
I,
yeah. It's got its own. They got about, I don't know, 5 or 6 different flavors. I got just the basic. I didn't get none of the stuff they put in it, but yeah, I tried it.
yeah,
Toasted
them
me a couple. But
Native Americans, uh, some of their beverages that people I know about them is like your walnut, your walnut tea and your nut teas. When you're drinking, you just make tea with nuts instead of using coffee or tea bags,
yeah,
and that was their source of plentiful vitamins in the winter months when hunting was a little scarce and food was a little scarce. Keep them healthy.
oh no doubt. That's like even like of course it's all allegedly, but think about it. If you got like a bunch of oak trees, just think about all the acorns and stuff. And of course, it's one of those things that you got to know what you're doing to do it. But I
Yeah,
mean, you could allegedly, ultimately, you could process those down if you know how to do it, make different things, things with
yeah.
that. If you
Makes
had to,
make you can make you can make different kinds of starches and stuff out of them, and
yeah,
potentially breads and bread cake, you know.
Yeah, if you had to, in between. Sir, I know here, well, here on my property, there's a bunch of them. That and pecans and a few other different trees. They all serve their purpose in the season.
Yeah. No, there's something that'll keep you healthy and keep you alive pretty much everywhere. It's just people's got to have the knowledge and then the stomach to be able to consume it, to be able to
See,
stay alive and be healthy.
it's because I don't know. I think spell check messed her up. But either way, this is why we have safe words. When people start saying stuff like this, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I don't even know how to say that thing. Oh yeah, man. The hurricane came through 2 years ago, and I thought, I mean, I'm ultimately it affected those type of populations. But I said, man, the squirrels, they're back thriving like they never missed a beat. You know,
Yeah, when I was in my younger days, man, I've probably lost count on the skillets full of fried squirrel that I've had.
I could imagine. I could imagine you've probably enjoyed a few fried squirrel in your day. Speaking of fried squirrel, shit show. The shit show is here, ladies and gentlemen. Shoot, yeah, good to see you. That's the thing about it, Sometimes shit happens. You got to be there to see it, to embrace it, appreciate the moment. May not be the same shit twice. You have a blessed one, B. It's tough being the queen bee, but somebody's got to do it. It must be done. I respect that. I respect that. Me neither. I'm kind of anti roadkill. Fried personal kill, that's a little bit different, but you never want to know. Especially this time of the year in the South, it's pretty much already been fried once. Shoot, 100 something degrees on that black top in the South, man. It's just, it's like an air fryer. It's like all in one.
Yeah, sun dried crispy critter.
Yeah, I know. That's what they do. It's what people would do in the South. If they'll catch it, they'll figure out a way to consume it. You know, they'll turn it into a salad, a soup, or a fried savory delight. I think I'm pretty sure I forgot to pin the link, so I just have to remember to drop it momentarily. Oh, if you in South Texas, oh yeah, you've been cooking since after the snowpocalypse hit Texas. Yeah, you've been cooking and baking, bro. I already know. Yeah, I think that may be one of the few parts of the country where Texas is so diverse. So many states. I mean, not so many counties. Such a big state. You know, but yeah, you get in them little pockets, man. You're just cooking. Start feeling like what it's like to be a Big Mac sitting under the heat lamp all day.
Yeah, I don't do that fast food.
Yeah, I did it one time, but yeah, I left it alone.
Last time I ate, last time I ate something from McDonald's, man, I had this. What's that? It's like you drank a glass of vegetable oil for about half the day. You know,
Yeah, you
just
felt like
something
you were
about
that sandwich.
yeah. That's some nasty stuff. There's people that find that to be that's fine dining to them. McDonald's.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Even like I don't know. I guess it's like a older generation or people may be kind of set in a certain way. I'll leave out and go to work sometimes early, and even still now, you'll see a bunch of people at the McDonald's or like the Crystals, just in there getting that early bird special. Can't miss it. They gotta have it.
Yeah, I don't want to be negative on it, but you know, I ain't found nothing at McDonald's that I care for. The coffee kind of sucks too. It just it got so industrialized, man. All the flavor just vacated.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. It don't look the same. It don't taste the same. It don't feel the same. Certain things.
Nah, I mean, back when I was a kid, man, you pull up to McDonald's. They didn't have a drive-through, and the thing about it was the Big Mac was indeed a Big Mac. It was a pretty good sized hamburger and a large fry and a large chocolate shake, man. You struggle to have to eat that, you know.
Oh yeah, I could imagine at one time. Yeah.
And then they turned out, uh, used to be, like a a double quarter pounder cheeseburger from McDonald's. That used to be a Big Mac, and it had lettuce and onions and tomatoes and cheese on it too.
Roll
You
on,
know,
brother. Roll on.
Yeah, a big
Yeah.
old hamburger.
Dude, I think the last time I had a Big Mac was when it was probably $1, whenever the heck that was.
Yeah,
I ain't but 37, but it's still been that long. But then as a kid coming up, well, hell, we was poor. Hell, we didn't know how poor we was, but we wasn't without certain things. We wasn't without food. We had garden. We always had, you know, the, there was plenty to eat. There was never lack of food. Uh, we might didn't have cable, internet, or but anyways, what was the point I was fixing to make? Uh, I don't even know. I was fixing to go somewhere with it, and I totally forgot. But anyway, um, I yield for the moment. Had an aneurysm.
yeah,
See, that's what happens when you think about fast food and McDonald's. You kind of have these little mini little self episodes. When nobody's immune to it. I just kind of had a flashback. Like the guy. You remember that? I don't know if you watch many documentaries or picture, things like that. But there was a guy. He did the what did he call it? Super Size Me. He did this documentary where he ate nothing
Oh
but
yeah, 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 yeah.
McDonald's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for a month. Oh, it almost killed him, dude. Oh, he couldn't
Yeah,
handle it. He had to go into fast food rehab after that, dude.
yeah. I remember that. I remember that dude, man.
Yeah, after about a weekend, he was already just starting to. Yeah, he was starting to see all the McDonald's figures hallucinating. You know what I mean? He was by week 3, he was talking to Ronald McDonald in the corner. You know, some wild stuff. Yeah, supersize me. Well, I was born in '88, so I ain't too far off from that timeline. Sounds about like maybe the could have been the '90s timeline. That was the cheapest. That was the cheapest decade I can remember. Shit,
You,
everything else after that just went up.
you and my oldest son are the same age.
About that. Yeah, I'll be 30. Allegedly, I'll be 38 next month. They say. Some people will say that. Some people don't say that. But allegedly, yeah. Seen 38 springs. About to see 38 summers.
Yeah. All my kids are in their 30s right now.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I know you've been killing it with the videos and shorts, man. Just keep at it, keep doing your thing. If you like what you're doing and you enjoy what you're doing, just keep doing it, whatever it may be. Oh, 42, you ain't too far off. You still got a young heart, young spirit. Definitely got to be in shape, be agile. When climbing them trees, it definitely takes a certain skill, a certain body. Let's see here. Welcome up, Michael. Welcome back, Michael, to the stage, ladies
So,
and gentlemen.
what's up,
Greetings,
Michael?
I hope all is well. What's up, zombie? My wife might call me, so I might have to get off abruptly. But if I do, if you're still on when I'm off the phone, I'll hop back on. But she might not call me at all. So it's
We
just
may
kind of,
be here, we may not. If we are, the door is always open.
I appreciate it.
What's going on? What's on your mind? What's on your heart? What are you seeing? What are you feeling?
Well, I don't know. Pretty much the same thing that I'm always seeing and feeling. People are getting batshit crazy. Violence is spilling out everywhere, and I don't see a way to reverse that. On a side note, though, have you ever heard of ball lightning?
Ball as in Ball, ball?
Yeah, like a sphere.
Can't say that I have. Fill me
Well,
in. What's the 411 on the ball lightning?
whenever you get a chance, you can look into it yourself more if you choose to, and if not, whatever. But
Oh, no doubt.
ball lightning is basically where there's a suspended ball of, well, they say it's plasma or light that hovers on the ground, just about a foot or so off the ground, and it sometimes moves. And people's documented it before, and it can
Okay.
actually move through windows.
We got confirmations in chat. People saying they've heard about it.
Yeah. Well, if you haven't heard about it, I'm sure you're going to see it a whole lot more, especially with these what do they
I could
call it?
only hope so at this point, dude. I could only hope I'm tired of the old lightning. We don't get it as much as we need some new lightning. I've been saying that. So yeah, bring on the orb lightning.
Well, it's not even really lightning at all, I don't believe.
Got to
I
fuel the
think it's
portals.
Yeah, that's exactly. I think it's spiritual in nature.
Oh, no doubt.
Um, but you're going to see more of this stuff, especially when they they really amp up this whole what is it called? CE5 protocols, the thing that Stephen Greer is the head of, where he's teaching people how to summon UFOs and all this stuff.
Yeah, when they're out there doing little mini TED talks on how to summon these entities or whatever they may be, UFOs, aliens, demons, whatever, someone wants to embrace them as. But yeah.
Yeah, well, the problem is that the more we have an appetite for something, the more than likely we're going to get it.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Eventually, sometimes you may find that very thing that you were seeking for. You just didn't know in what shape or form it came in. But yeah, things have a way of working themselves out like that.
Yeah, definitely. But really, my biggest concern is potentially this fall, because during the fall time here in this side of the world, that's when the that's when the winds and the carrier winds and all that stuff change over, and that really doesn't sound that important. But if somebody was going to use a certain weapon, then it wouldn't be very smart for them to do it when the wind would blow it back onto them. So when
Oh,
the
no
wind
doubt.
changes,
Classic
yeah,
warfare, using
yeah,
nature and
absolutely.
everything to your advantage.
Yeah. That's my biggest concern because, when they was having all these, if anybody remembers, um, the whole UFO thing in New Jersey with all the lights and all this stuff.
Oh yeah, the
Uh,
attack of the drones.
yeah, well, it was actually deep. It was hidden very well, but part of the truth of the matter is that some of them were actually sniffer drones that the U.S. government was deploying and testing, and they're sniffer drones that sniff for, well, sometimes biological agents, but sometimes it's like, you know uranium or small doses of radioactive material and stuff. And so I don't feel like they would have done that and tested those here if they didn't really, know something was going to happen. Because you got to face it at this point, and it may sound controversial and some people may not agree, but at this point, basically, the crusades are happening all over again, almost. Um, because the Muslim world, uh, the Muslim world has spread uh, really far across the globe. You look at, like, for instance, in Switzerland today, there was a stabbing attack, and the guy was screaming "Allahu Akbar," and that sort of stuff happens all the time in Europe and in the UK. But anytime that anyone tries to talk about it, it's the same thing that when anybody here tries to talk about similar things, and people call them a racist and a bigot, all this stuff. Um, so nothing really kind of gets done about it. But even in Russia, believe it or not, there's a big group of Muslim commanders, basically. These are people that's in the military in Russia, and they're, the head of various platoons and regiments and different numbers of people. Um, if something were to happen, the way the Muslim world works is that they're going to side with each other. That's how it's happening. That's why you see all these countries telling Donald Trump not to, attack Iran, and they want to do a peace deal, but nothing's really coming out of it because in the Muslim world they consider each other brothers. And whenever they have a squabble inside their own community, they like to handle that themselves, which, I can understand because, if I'm having a squabble inside of my house, I'd like to settle it inside of my house. I don't really want somebody else coming to. But anyway, the point is that Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, Bahrain, Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, you name it, all the majority Muslim countries, they're going to band together. I'm sure of it. They're probably gonna band together.
Yeah, I think they're going through. I forget the exact title of what they're going through. I don't know if it ended, but I know through the. I hadn't looked through a lot of different news articles or anything on the what's up and up. Kind of tracking what's whatever it may be. But I guess they're going through the certain religious period or certain holiday or something. I've seen something about that or whatever. But who knows? Who knows?
Well, when you have, a lot of people are like, have a lot of opinions on Iran, but when you have a country's government that says death to America, death to Israel for, you know, 47 years, um, and they don't change that position, what would make anybody believe that that's not what they actually believe? You know, so You think about the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That man was basically the Pope for the Shiite Muslim world, which is like, you know, it's basically two factions of Muslim, Sunni and Shiite. So basically half or better of the Muslim world. He was basically the Pope for that. And when you when you actually look at some of what these imams are saying, not just here in the United States, but in Europe and everywhere else, imams are saying the exact stuff like, you got to strike them in the neck, above the neck, to, instill fear into their hearts, and, you know, jihad and all this stuff. But, you can't really talk about stuff openly because nobody has any discernment, really, hardly anymore. So people see somebody, and if a person is evil, but they don't appear to be evil, if anything happens to that person or whatever before they expose their evilness outwardly, then people are up in arms and they defend them and whatever. Case in point would be like people that worship Luigi Mangione. I know that the healthcare system is a little whatever, but the man shot a man in the back and killed him, and people loved him, so. Everybody
Interesting
got all
stuff.
quiet.
Oh no, I was just taking it all in, just embracing everything that was and that could be.
Oh, I'm still here. I just,
What you think about it?
you know, why would, what's Muslims got against anybody else?
Have you read the Quran? Have you read the Quran?
Besides the Quran,
Yeah, but
what is it?
that's the whole identity of a Muslim. Muslim's a
But
religious thing. It's not really like
Muslims, all of Muslims' beliefs are not based on that Sharia law that everybody's so scared of.
well, I don't know why people be scared of it, but if you live in a Muslim majority country, then yeah, they do, or else they're,
I mean,
basically made to submit.
they do the same
You,
thing inside this country. People, regular Americans of Christian belief, they do the same thing. They go out and commit crimes, and then I've seen them all in jail down there, and they all huddle around their Bibles and think they can pray their way out of it. I mean, it's religion.
well, that may
What
be
does
true. Okay.
religion? If you want to look at lady justice and all this other stuff, you got to leave your religion at home. You got to think about what's just. What does anybody got against a Muslim, and what does a Muslim got against anybody else?
Well, like I said, it's a religious thing. You think about the Crusades, okay? So a lot of people are told that the Crusades happened, but they're not told the whole story of it. Okay, so the case in point in that is that in 10, I think it's 64. I might be wrong. It might have been 1080. I can't remember. But there was a German group of people that were pilgrimaging to Israel, to Jerusalem. Well, when they got there, they were massacred. And that's basically what started all off, because at that time, the Persian Empire was spreading its influence just the same as Greece was. But then that fell off, and then Greece kind of went back and they started Christendom, which is like, I believe it's Anatolia and all these other places that don't exist anymore. They're not really, countries. But the point is that the Muslim Persian army made it all the way up into France and all these places, and we're laying waste to a lot of stuff. And that's actually the barbaric slave trade. Everybody talks about black slaves, which I know it does happen, but nobody talks about the slaves, the white slaves also that were enslaved during the barbaric slave trade. And actually, in 1798, there was a dispute between the United States and, again, Muslim vessels that were aiming to actually, dock here and whatever. But the whole thing is I don't have nothing against Muslims necessarily. I have something against the belief, because when you read the Quran, it says that you kill a Jew, you kill Jews, you kill Christians. You go in and you dominate a place and you take it over and you offer them to be a Muslim or, to convert. And if you don't, then you're supposed to pay a tax as a secondary citizen, protection money. And if you don't do that, then they take you captive and you're a slave and they kill you, or they don't kill you. But, you know, uh,
Did you
that's
watch
that's
the UN meeting that was aired just today, and the
no,
Iranian
sir.
ambassador spoke? Did anybody listen to that?
No, sir. I haven't had a chance to see that one today.
And it kind of goes back to what me and some other guys have been kicking around. Uh, one, you have a nuclear superpower that's trying to rain down dominance over a non-nuclear powered nation, and the knowledge of everyday people and what they get here and there brings them up to certain assumptions. But the fact of the matter is previous to the president and Pete Hegseth and all of the global oil company representatives, you know, Iran had already agreed to certain nuclear inspections and stuff for the last 20 years. And
They didn't let them in. They
Wait a
didn't
minute,
let them in every time.
Iran has never had any interest in having a nuclear weapon. See, but if you tell the average person that, they're going to flip out on you. Their interest in having a nuclear weapon is zero. And I know people don't want to hear that. Just because they have nuclear power plants doesn't mean they have a nuclear bomb. And during the Barack Obama days, I served under the Barack Obama administration at a point, and the CIA and all the three-letter agencies created propagandas inside places like Iran. And if somebody came along and average hometowns here in America and put the propaganda right down the right way, then you're going to have people killing each other and turning on each other.
Well, that's
You
what's happening now.
tell them something that's not true. So
Well, that's what's happening now. Because if you remember, now, by the way, thank you for your service. But if you remember, what I believe got Barack Obama to even consider the JCPOA, I think is what it is, or the nuclear agreement. Iran had like 30 of the world's leading scientists underground in their facilities, and that really startled a lot of the world because they didn't know what they was working on, which to a degree, everyone has secret projects and stuff, so that's just part of, governments, keeping tabs on each other. But uh when it came to the agreement, there was times where they didn't let the nuclear inspectors in freely. Okay, it was more like North Korea style in the interview, where it was all set up and it was all like, you know, basically like a tour. It was guided. It wasn't really a free inspection. Secondly, they did enrich uranium to like
Here's the,
60. Sorry, go ahead.
here's the thing, though, and I'm not going to say what grade I graduated from the institution of military, but the whole fact of the matter is Iran has never had a nuclear weapon. Now, they may have people in there that says, hey, we know how to make a nuclear weapon, but they never have, you see. And then the thing about it is you go back and watch videos about me and Mad Shed and other people having conversations about it a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, and you're going to come to a certain understanding about where we're going with it. It means that no matter what anybody thinks, the Iranian ambassador just today in front of the UN just today
Oh, I gotta go. I'm
stated
sorry.
Iran they have no choice but to defend themselves against this aggression. And there is no deal. Whatever Trump administration says they got, they don't. They don't have a deal with Iran. Iran is not going to deal with them. Kuwait will, all the way down to Dubai, because their intentions are reality. They'll have no salination plants or electrical grids in a place like Dubai. Could you imagine how hot it would be? How thirsty people will get? You know, the war is not between the United States and Iran. America's just acting as a proxy, and Netanyahu, he's in trouble. But I'm gonna yield. What?
I think we lost Michael. I think mentioned earlier that he may have to take a phone call. So who knows? You know,
Yeah,
people come, they go. They come again. They never come back again. Who knows? Who knows how these things work? But yeah, things that's happening now, they just aren't happening in here and the now. They've been unfolding. Long game.
and yeah, there's
Yeah.
been it's been pretty hot discussion all day around this Iran thing.
It's getting into that season. Yes,
It's a
politically.
hot topic.
You know, geographically, spiritually, weather-wise. You know, it's getting
I
hot in the
mean,
kitchen. It's getting hot in the kitchen.
yeah, I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. A lot of people want to go back to certain times in history and all this other stuff, but the only reason that Europe ever entered any kind of anything into the Middle Eastern states was because of the greed of oil. So much, that like we were saying, the Rockefellers and everybody else stepped up to even finance that war, try to go in there and control a certain percentage of the oil market on the planet Earth.
That's insane. just to have that type of that wealth or that influence or power, whatever it might have been, you know.
I try to stay on the American side of thinking, not the Republican side of thinking or the Democratic side of thinking.
I
It's
look at it as like a, yeah, no doubt, like a, try to think of it from a living perspective, you know. I try to give us all these dead things, you know, all this dead stuff they want us to acknowledge, you know, when there's so much life and prosperity to be acknowledged and to be whatever the word is. But yeah, nothing else. I'm just a living man, you know. A living man. I'm just a living man, you know. Everything that we need in life is living allegedly, you know, the water, the living water, the air, you know, the soil. The only difference between soil and soul is you and I. But the things that I guess that ultimately matter for this, whatever it is to happen, to unfold, you know, all those things are living. I try to acknowledge and abide by
you know,
the living universals, you know, whatever those may be.
I seem to find the most boring topics that anybody could watch, so they don't sometimes. But
Is this
you
channel?
catch
I
any?
know. Just say it.
Did you catch any of that? Bundy speaking up there, and he spoke. He spoke in front of the liberal foundations of people
Stand corrected.
on. He just spoke here recently on that. I watched it today about how him and his family have been farming a ranch for the last 150 years of their generation. And their cows and the way they do things and try to keep red meat on the table. And whenever the federal government come in, they put 4 layers of federal government institutions on top of them. And both times they've succeeded to be on the winning outcome in a federal court case against them. But it was about militias and the right to bear arms and all this other stuff. But he mentioned it, and then some other people mentioned it about a well disciplined militia is what gives us security to our Constitution. It's not, it's not based on what the federal government wants to rule in their favor. It means that it's starting to become well known that whenever the government agencies conspire to completely eliminate militias, then our power and our militias is the power of the people. When you bring people together, it's sort of like whenever they have a riot over there in Atlanta, you know, and you've got 10,000 people out in the streets. You think the police they can't control that. So if you reverse engineer that in thinking and say, well, okay, he's right. Bundy's right about what he said. It means that we have security through our well organized militias inside this country that guarantees our constitutional rights be uninfringed, you see. And there was a real strong topic about that. And people don't really get it, but it's sort of like whenever you get these people that's out here and they're protesting in New York or they're protesting here, there, it doesn't matter if you specifically think they could be right or they could be wrong. But the fact of the matter is they are out there on the streets and in multitudes. And when it gets to a certain point in the crowds to where you start outnumbering the law enforcement agencies 20 to 1, 30 to 1, then things can have a tendency to either go south. You know what I mean? People starts getting their stores looted and people start getting really hurt and everything else. But essentially, there's really nothing anybody can do about it at that time. And it has potential, you know, and the common sense that I see in me and in other people I talk with is we haven't been through this moment in history yet. See, we haven't been there.
No, I definitely could understand, but for 1 second, no, Amy, no, I don't. I don't remember the Dangerous Freedom shows or the Dangerous Freedom days. I've heard about it. Many people in the community or in the chat, have been there, was there at some point in time. But no, that was a little bit before my time. But I have heard about it. But I do appreciate you and anybody and everybody that's here that's tuning in now in the present. Those that may tune in the future for whatever purposes. I appreciate you all the same. I love you still the same. Whatever your viewpoint is, whatever your stance. Nothing
And
else you can call this at the people's panel. If you got a view, you got a point. As long as you're honorable, trustable, present your claim, present your case. Let's get to some form of understanding and resolution. But no doubt, you even said it in yourself when you said it, when you were explaining everything, and you said how we deconstruct and stuff. I mean, that's kind of wholly almost in the essence in itself. Everything that you've known from when you were coming up into now, so many things that you once know or that once was have been so deconstructed, reconstructed, uh, reversed,
yeah,
inversed, flip flopped in every which way.
yeah,
And then you're still trying to fight that same battle while trying to make your way through this system that keeps realigning the goalposts, structuring the rules, the format. You know what I mean? So it's tough. Yeah, you try to stay focused and headstrong, whatever the mission or objective may be. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of obstacles in the system.
yeah. It's all of that bad news that's floating around, It's it's wise because most every person inside this country is walking around with a digital recording device in their hand. It didn't be that way,
Oh, no doubt.
only, you know, so it's, 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 you have people that say, okay, like that one armed girl, she has no right hand on her hand. She comes by a police officer. What's he do? He pulls her over,
Oh,
gives
I
her a
seen that
ticket.
video. That was stupid,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah,
Didn't
because,
even have a right hand. I mean, come on now.
yeah. So, I mean, and then you see other videos and you see
Wish I had
all
that
this.
video. I'd pull it up. Yeah, I think that just came across my radar the last couple of days. But I said, look how ridiculous this is. The officer allegedly pulls her over because he says he sees that she has a cell phone in her right hand, which technically, from what I understood, isn't even illegal in the state of Florida. As you can use like a map or something like that. But who's to know what anyway? But yeah, he pulls her over, and for those that didn't see the video, she was, I guess, disabled. I don't know the terminology, but she was disabled. She didn't even have a right hand. Literally, she didn't. Um, but yeah, still charged her, cited her, even after it was made obviously true that his claim was completely false. You know, still took the whole
It,
process. I think ultimately it was dismissed And of course, they tried to throw a little jab in it. They said something about lack of evidence. I mean, come on, his own body cam, or was the an evidence in itself. But anyway, yeah, we're still dealing with stuff like that. Bullshit like that. The duplicitous scum that's running the scenes behind the show. They're still orchestrating stuff like that, pulling over women with nothing else better than to do than to collect some tax money. The cities are going
Yeah.
bankrupt with all these failed institutions and everything that they've constructed and built up and deconstructed all around us. No wonder they're having to pull over the little old ladies and the handicapped people for the cell phones and this and that. No wonder they got to do all this stuff. You know what I mean? They went completely insane and blitzkrieg with all these ridiculous ideas so far, you know, not by coincidence or by chance by any means, I don't think, but
I
I
mean, I
digress.
get it. I get it. You know what I mean? To have these ultimate outcomes based on clicks,
Mm-hmm.
and it's
Oh,
like
no doubt.
another one was one of the same guys that reported on that story. He was one of them.
Yeah.
Goes to a local police department, and local police department actually arrested a person for cursing, cursing for cussing, saying cuss words and stuff. And
Dang, I'll probably get fined too. I think I've said a cuss word. I try not to, I try to keep it calm and civil with what little bit knowledge and words I do know, but
they're
it happens.
they're they're doing this crazy comparison sometimes about uh, when when I was with CBP. The the fact of the matter is you don't really want any loose cannons in your community. I get it, but it's sort of like if I'm standing in front of the movie theater with my wife and uh, two kids to go in and watch a movie, then it ought to be against the rules for somebody to stand out there and curse and be foul mouthed, you know. But they they want to emphasize the freedom of speech. Yeah, I get it, but I don't think that the founders stood out there and cussed like a bunch of sailors. It was founded on Christian beliefs and rules and understanding of, live and let live. I don't think that certain aspects of people walking around with a sign and it's just bold in these little towns, you've seen them where it says F the police, or F this captain of this police department. They're standing out there in the intersection and they got all of these people clicking up on that. And it's kind of like, hold on a second. Do you think I want if my daughter was 10 years old, you think I want to pull through an intersection where you got some yahoo out there standing there with a sign that says F the police? Why should regular everyday folks even be exposed to that argument? Why stand out there with a sign when you can take it right to the source? Take it to the source. But it's that vulgarness, it's that vulgarness. They want vulgar, you know, and I don't always agree with it. I know it's a law that says freedom of speech is freedom of speech, but some people they kind of take it a little too far. They take it too far. And it becomes, I don't know how to say it. I don't know what that word is. It becomes a nuisance in a sense. I've seen all that shit where you got somebody that shows up in some town because they're touring across America and they're doing their First Amendment audit. on down on the town shopping squares. And they're pointing a camera right up in somebody's front door, and they ask them, "Hey, what you got going on?" "Oh, we're we're practicing our First Amendment rights out here on the sidewalk today." "Okay, great. Why can't you just move along? You know, well, run for Congress, run for legislator. Why annoy people in their normal capacity? Like, you know, it gets to a point to where you can't take two wrongs and expect to make a right out of it. You can't just simply harass people, you know. I've seen a lot of that shit, man, and it just kind of bugs me. I think that you should be a gentleman and a lady when you're in public. You shouldn't be standing out there cussing and talking filth out of your mouth or anything else. I mean, what kind of an example is that? And then you fall back on this First Amendment. It's freedom of speech, you know, like it or not. It's like, okay, what gives you the right to fucking give somebody else the choice whether they're going to like something you say or not? What gives you the choice to say that? They're either going to agree with what you say or they're going to disagree, but they ain't got to like it or unlike it. You know, but it's that point. You know what I mean? It's that they got to get them clicks in. They got to have 100,000 followers. They got to have 1 million views. You know why? Whenever I've
Oh,
seen it
okay.
I've seen it in my career. Whenever somebody steps out of line, you go to the supervisor's office. You have a formal little get together, and things get agreed on. What? It's not going to happen again. You know, people make mistakes. But I get it. Some of these guys out here that they call themselves enforcement officers of whoever they are, some of them kind of get a little unhinged. They get on a power move. They feel invincible. Like they're a tier above everybody else, and that's where we go wrong. You know, and I mentioned it. You don't go hire your whole damn police department from a town that they didn't grow up in. You know, they hire them from 2 states away. The mayors in these cities. And New Orleans had Mayor Cantrell. She's not from Louisiana. She just has a political background education from some other college in some other state, and she don't know anything about the people in New Orleans. You know,
Welcome
but
in, welcome up.
Do I have to show myself?
No, I just take the chance with the possible verbal combat. It's just maybe it was just a reaction. Maybe I was just I don't
it's
know. Who
it's
knows?
it's it's good that it's very good that the calm and collective Miss Bonnie shows up because I was running out of things to talk about.
Right now, when you're talking about cursing, whenever it's okay to do it on YouTube in front of God and everybody, I guess. Just saying.
Allegedly, yes.
I
Yeah,
have seen it done.
It's a rhyme and a reason for everything.
yeah.
Just gotta
Well,
find that rhyme and that reason.
put this in the history book. Said I kind of agree with that statement. The only person you control is yourself. That's called self-governing.
Yeah, I
I know
mean,
it's an
I
important
get it.
concept.
I get it. I see people out here walking around with their video
No, I went to
camera
go get sweet
phone.
tea. I didn't see you back there. Anybody I might have missed in the backstage, feel free, come back up. No, I had to go on my my hourly sweet tea endeavor. You know, I know I fell off the horse. I'm back on the sweet tea again. So what? I yield.
Nothing wrong with sweet tea.
Damn,
And
couldn't help it.
Zombie, I kind of agree with the auditors. So what they're doing is exposing these criminal corporations that are sucking money from the government and excuse me,
Yeah, I
using it.
get that, Bonnie. You know, I get it totally. I totally get it, but they all don't go to the city halls and the police departments or anywhere. They go out here and they bait people in a lot of ways, and I hate to say that word. They rage bait people. You know, instead of saying, "Hey, can I explain to you what I'm doing?" A lot of these people are not saying that. They're just saying, you know, they're saying you can't record me in public. You know, I get the argument. Another one says, "Oh, yes, I can." Okay, it's not why they can. It's because they insert that they can without explanation. If a perfect stranger walks up to me on the street and just starts talking to me, I've got two options. I can speak to that person or I can ignore that person. You see. So
Yeah.
when you get all these people that just they I've seen it. They do the post offices and everything too, you know. And most of the people, they just stroll on in the post office, handle their business in the post office, and stroll right on out. But it's for some of the ones that have a question, you know. It's some of the real smart ass remarks and answers that some of the auditors are handing out to just every regular old people instead of giving some kind of an explanation to it. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. And that's that division right there. What the fuck? You know, why can't you take it to if you think those people inside that post office are not going to treat you to your First Amendment rights according to the chapter, to the poster 7, bring it up to the postal inspector, you know, bring it up to them, you know. And I see it happens in both ways. It happens both ways, you know. Innocent customers that are coming in some kind of a little store in a little town, you know, they don't want to be part of your freaking audit. Don't you understand? They just want to go in, do some shopping, come back out, and just be left the hell alone, you know. And I get it, you know, I get it, but people don't really see it that way. If I showed up to the grocery store and I get out and I have somebody with a cell phone, camera, whatever, standing there, and if they ask me a question on the way in the store, I'm probably just going to ignore them. You know, curiosity is not going to get my cat. But some of these auditors, they go a little bit overboard to prove their point when all they got to do is take it up to the administration. Take it to the mayor, and if the mayor don't work, you know, I mean, I see it. There's no way out. You see what I mean? There ain't no way out on a lot of it. So it goes back.
Here.
It goes back to the community. If you show up in a community in a certain neighborhood and you start doing things you think would be the right thing to do, then there may be people in that community that says, no, we don't really deal with that kind of thing inside this community. We don't cuss in front of people. We respect people. We respect people's privacies. You know, no, I don't want you in a fucking post office with a fucking video camera right behind my back. I don't give a shit what you're doing. You know, it's just everybody should pick a place and a time to act appropriate, and some of that shit's just completely inappropriate. And I know I'm going to get some whiplash over that, so I'm not going to say nothing.
Well, you made your
I don't
point.
think if they didn't have a freaking cell phone video camera and wasn't getting super stickers and donations through their freaking chat streams and everything else, I don't even think that they would be out there. You know, they wouldn't.
Damn, Bob's out there doing Chuck Norris type things. You know, Bob's just out there single handedly fighting bears. You know, shout out to
Yeah.
Bob. If I had an evil twin, it would be Bob spelled backwards.
Yeah.
The zombie, what made you smile today? Oh yeah,
Hey everybody, how you doing? Hi, Bonnie.
How's Ed?
What's up, Zed?
Yeah, there's Bob.
What's up, Johnny? Welcome up.
He's
Welcome
kind
up.
of been feeling a little bad. He's got in a fight with a dog. He got in a fight with a dog at like 5 o'clock in the morning, man. I heard this dog just start whelping.
Dude, if it's taking
5
on a
a.m. in the
full-grown bear, I
morning,
mean,
I
the
was like,
dog won't
God
stand a
damn it.
chance.
Huh?
Cat's taking on bears. I don't think the dog stands a chance. You know what I mean?
Oh, the dog didn't. No. 5 a.m. woke me up. I'm just like, God, Bob has kept me up all night long. And then the bear came. And Bob was just like screaming. So I threw him out the door. That door right there. I threw him out the door. It's like, get the F out of here, dude. Kept me up all night. I'm so tired. I got my sciatic nerve going on my right side of my back now from the weed eater. And just get out of here, Bob. So I threw him out because there's bears going behind my camper right now because the blackberries are coming out.
Man,
So,
you got old
yeah.
Smokey the Bear. He's probably just doing a little perimeter check. You know what I mean? Don't pay him no mind.
Yeah, but now I've been feeding him like antibiotics because he went out and he fought some.
Don't leave food out.
No, we don't.
Bob ain't playing that game. He's protected. Man,
Yeah, Bob's awesome, man.
sound like a guard cat.
Cheryl's fixing to come up and rip on you. Just saying.
Anyways, it's good to see y'all. Watt, thanks for having me up. Bonnie, I love you. I hope you're doing good.
So, can I tell a story?
Please, I love stories.
Y'all know how we keep worrying about no internet, no phone, no all this stuff. Well, when Carl was live the other night and I kept getting kicked because I was having a storm and it knocked out my internet. And so I thought I would be one of those people. It didn't matter if I had internet or not. But even on my phone, it was kind of weird because I don't turn on the Wi-Fi on my phone. I couldn't watch anything. No lives, no, just little short videos, nothing. And so I was like, so I went down to my daughter's. I borrowed her radio. I didn't have a radio. I do now. And turned on the radio, and you wouldn't believe how much work I got done. It was great. As long as you have a way to play music, you're okay. I think. Maybe. I mean, card, solitaire, deck of cards.
Or just hum music, Bonnie, or whistle music, meditate music.
There's that, but when you're going through things that are a little hard to go through, it's got to be real music for me.
Even the harmonica.
I
Just
don't know.
remember, I said this: friends don't let friends listen to country music.
I listen to all kinds of music, and I love country.
But the thing about it is, any country song you play, if you play it in reverse, it always starts with a happy ending. You know, the guy's truck doesn't blow up. You know, his girlfriend doesn't leave. The dog doesn't run away. You know, if you play every country tune that you love backwards, you know, it always starts with a happy ending.
Oh my goodness.
No, I listen to different genres of music. You know, I joke, I kid, but you know, there is some twangy tear jerkers. You know what I mean? Like, dang, dude, it's a good thing this dude could sing and had a guitar. You know.
You
And-
know, if you could go back in time before there was such a thing as Reba McEncry, you know, all this young generation country music screw ups.
Thought you was
You
part
know,
of the
go back.
Reba fan club.
Reba is kind of elderly. She's not young.
Hang on. Can I answer that question in chat when somebody
what
asked
is
me somebody asked me, why would I throw my cat outside? I haven't really slept in 3 months. I got really bad insomnia for one thing, but I'm hurting pretty bad from everything that happened to me. But then Bob sat there for like 3 days, just meowing all night long, wanting to go outside. So yeah, I threw him outside. Yeah, I threw him to the bears.
And Zed, those pains, that's called age, honey. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Because screaming right now. But it's all good. It's a good pain.
Hey, I got pulled over the other day, Bonnie.
Oh, darn, I wish it would have been me pulling you over. What happened?
Cop said if I was going to ride around with my balls over in the passenger seat, I was going to have to put a seatbelt on them.
Oh, good Lord.
And it only gets worse if you get older.
So I've heard.
Now, what sucks now is these newer vehicles. Anytime you put something in the front or you put something in the front seat, if it's a certain weight, all those sensors and stuff start going off like it's acknowledging that there's a person sitting right there. So the whole seatbelt thing starts glitching out. The airbag starts engaging. You know, it wants to do a self-shutdown, self-spontaneous combust. All you got to do is just latch the seatbelt. I'm like, that's just too much. You know, I'm just trying to get out of the Lowe's parking lot, you know, with a bag of bird seed. You know, what do you want me to do here? Why is my life at risk?
It is crazy that if you just sit something in the seat,
Yeah, I don't know what the weight limit is. I don't know, over 25 pounds, 50. I don't know what it is.
It was. It's because it was alerting you because the angry birds were coming to get your bird seed. That's why. Now I'm messing.
They're always coming for my bird seed. You know, they're always coming for it. You know, try to keep the birds and the bees happy. You know, ultimately it starts with the birds and the bees, and ultimately it could end with the birds and the bees. You know, who knows? Who knows these things? If you know it, please come up. Tell us about it.
The
It's a
honeybees
hot
and the
dog.
butterflies. They
It's
pollinate.
a hot dog down the hallway.
There you go. I
So
guess for some people, that's all they could hope for.
how did we all survive without seatbelts? My kids rode back in the back of my pickup truck. None of them jumped.
What year did that become a thing? When did they start putting seatbelts in cars? That was before my time.
Jimmy
When they-
Carter, 1978.
Really?
Yep.
So he was more than a peanut farmer from Georgia. Yeah, Jimmy
Yeah,
Carter would do something like that.
Are you
It's
sure?
about 19. It's about 1989, 1990,
I was
right
gonna
around
say,
there
No,
when
no,
they
it was
started
78.
enforcing it.
You remember that because he drove that song. He made Sammy Hagar sing that song "I Can't Drive 55," and it's because of the seatbelts. That's why Sammy Hagar got mad. He hated the seatbelts in 1978, and Sammy Hagar hated the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit from Jimmy Carter. That's the reason why.
well, most of the vehicles didn't even have seat belts, and if they did, it was a lap belt. And the car seats just hooked onto the front seat if you had a car seat, but it was usually just a toy thing for them to play in. The baby carriers, they didn't even make those. I
Yeah,
don't
that
know.
was just something heavy you could throw at your siblings that you could reel back into them. You know what I mean? You just tag them with one of them boiling hot seatbelts back in the day. Oh man, dude! If you wasn't awake, it'd wake you up, seize you up, and put you back down. Had to ask your mom, "Are we there yet?" You ain't even left out the driveway.
Yeah. Oh, he rode in the back of the station wagon, no seat belts. And it took me a long time to follow that.
Put some hay baling string instead of seatbelts, man. That's crazy right there.
But the problem is that's the whole problem is they keep adding all these laws every year, more and more laws just to control everybody. Well, I'm done with the laws.
You're gonna be singing the Judas Priest song, "Breaking the Law, Breaking the Law." Doo doo.
That's right.
There you go.
Is that a
She ain't
Texas
gonna
band right there?
behave. She ain't gonna behave. She's a rebel.
No, I will not behave.
You can be a rebel. Just be a rebel with a cause. Just don't be a rebel without one.
You know what? And somebody just mentioned the airbag. My grandmother was T-boned in some kind of Dodge Chrysler or something car. Anyway, an ex-pro football player. So of course, you know who is blamed. But her injuries were all from seat belts and airbags. Seat belt broke her pelvic bone and her sternum, and the airbags her arm and face.
Well, I bet, yeah, for the certain person, certain build, yeah, they, allegedly there could be that factor for sure.
Yep.
Especially like some of your models now. It's a lot more. I mean, they got airbag. I mean, you get into, depending on what the level of the accident is. I mean, you're just encapsulated. You're just in one giant airbag. You don't know where you're at. You feel like the Michelin Man then swallowed you whole. You don't know what's going on.
Well, if it ever goes off on me, I'm going to be in all kinds of, because I don't
Human
ride
s'more.
just sitting up in the seat all straight and proper. My feet are up on the dash. I kick my feet are up on the dash. I'm leaned over on the armrest.
Oh, you're feeling it. You're on one. You're living reckless rebel.
Window. I mean, you want to be comfortable, and when I'm driving, my leg is up. My left leg is up, my knees. Well, you want to be comfortable.
There you go. There you go. Got to be comfortable.
That's right.
You better
know
watch
what's
out
not-
for that behavior. You know they have these traffic cams now.
No.
Yeah, that's why it takes you too much foot. That's why they tell you keep your hands and your arms inside of the moving vehicles, you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
y'all see me on YouTube being the first one. Probably not the first one, but
Yeah, indecent foot exposure.
there might be
Yeah,
a
you don't want to get that one.
wave on that camera.
No, you'll probably get a swarm of endorsements, you know. So they'll probably want you to be a foot model or something. It'll be a whole circus of adventures, Bunny. Just ride the wave. Don't forget about the little people.
See, Jerry, yes. So I have to put it under my arm or else it cuts my neck. No.
Oh, you know what was worse? I'm glad I kind of missed that era as growing up, but I caught the tail end of it in the 90s. Those, especially for like a tall person or really anybody in general, the seat belts that was attached to the door and you got in and it just slid back onto you. Oh man, those things were the worst.
Yes.
I think they outlawed those or something. Those and like you get in somebody you riding with somebody else and they got the memory setting. And unless you're riding with, I don't know who you got in there that would be taller than me, but most people's going to be shorter. And you get in there and all the walls and everything get to closing in on you. You can't figure out where the reset button is, you know. All you can do is just to hope to get out of there like Indiana Jones before the rocks crush you in the Crusades or something, you know.
It depends on
Friend them.
or less. If it's my daughter, I'm like, what happened here? Because she rides up against the steering wheel. So I have to grab that button and push it back. But if my son-in-law drove it, he's taller. So I have to adjust all the mirrors.
That's the thing we got to deal with dealing with the short people of the world, man. You just don't realize the balance that we have to partake in and overstep just to make, you know, just to get to Friday. We're almost there. Oh, it's Friday here on the East Coast. It's 12:08. What you gonna do? It's Friday somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah.
Is it Friday already?
My clock says so. I don't know. I could be off. I think they took 10 minutes from us, so it could be premature.
Nah, you're right. It's 9 minutes, close enough.
That's the things that may happen here. These are the type of memories and subconscious thoughts that we had deep buried away, you know. Electric seat belts are those things, you know. If you know, you know.
I didn't ever have an electric seatbelt. Thank goodness.
Yeah, thank God, Bonnie. You dodged that escapade. You a shorter person too, and an electric seatbelt. Oh man, you been there trying to play hopscotch. You think you're double dutching it. You're just trying to get the seatbelt closed. You know.
My ex-husband will never wear a seatbelt ever because he was in a wreck where if he would have had a seatbelt on, he'd probably be dead. And so that's the thing. They don't know. But the problem is the highways. When you have 12 inches between two vehicles going 75 miles an hour in opposite directions, it just takes one little oops. There should be a divide between both sides, always.
Nah, be careful what you ask for, Bonnie. You know, we used to think that way here over here on Georgia. And oh man, they said, all right, we'll give you the divide. Now we got too many. There's too many. We got medians, divides, turnoffs, turn-ons, U-turns. Oh man, you know, you got RV parking right in the middle of I-20 now. So you can just pull over in the middle of the I-20 if you got an RV. It's too many now. They couldn't find the right median on the medians.
I didn't see that while I was taking back roads.
Oh, you see what I'm saying? You missed some bad things and some good things. Just be glad you missed the bad ones.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
They do that. They do that stupid stuff around here a lot, to where uh, one of the roads around here is a 4-lane, and they have a median all the way down it. And in order for you to pull out, you have to turn right. You
Yes.
can't. You have to go down. You have to go down a mile or so, or a half a mile, and then you
And
get over in the little lane that says U-turn. Okay,
yeah.
but the businesses, you see, but the businesses, the businesses down through there are just suffering. Why? Because there's no feasible way to just get to that business conveniently without doing at least 2 U-turns, you know, and having to cross every lane of the whole entire highway. It's a pain in the butt, you know. They and they just got this red light, red light, red light, red light syndrome here lately, or stop sign, you know.
Well, that's another problem. They're putting stoplights in the middle of nowhere, but our stores are not suffering from having to do that, because you have to do that. It's a highway intersection where all the stores are. So you have to go down and turn around. So you plan your trip where you're going in a row to whatever you need to go to, and then turn around and go back the other way and stop where you need. And that's
Well, I know it's hard for the animals to keep the animals from crossing because I do good just to cross it. And then now, like they just started putting a lot of places where it was just a basic 4-way. You know, people lost the concept of a basic 4-way. They forgot what to do. They see that there's 4 stop signs, but I guess they think they're playing Uno. They don't know when to draw, when to pull. So that was too confusing for modern society. The 4-way stop was obsolete. You know, it died out in the 1900s basically. So they started replacing them with these roundabouts, and they just got so ridiculous with them. Like there's literally some places that you can literally go through one roundabout and see the next roundabout that you're fixing to go through as you exit this one. You know, it's like the figure 8 of roundabouts. I'm thinking, yeah, this is really smart. You just took a simple situation and just confused it more, you know?
I don't think I've ever been on a roundabout.
I see what I'm saying. You missed a lot of bad things, but just keep missing them. Please, just keep missing them.
The
You know,
clover.
especially if there's a Taco Bell on the roundabout. That's like definitely an omen to get the heck out of there.
That's the new thing down here in my neighborhood too, is these roundabouts.
But I don't think, if a deer wants to cross, it's going to cross, because I don't know if any of y'all have ever been to Austin, but I was working in Austin years ago, and I was driving down Loop 1. That's Mopac. That's 6-lane highway, something like that. Broad daylight, going back to work from lunch, and this deer run across right in front of me.
They want to keep us in that constant loop, Bonnie. That constant groundhog loop of everything, you know? And so how do we keep them more in the loop? We'll implement loops into their driving patterns now. So now they can imagine their little NASCAR drivers, you know, as we just go around the little figure 8s and we drift around, you know, drift around the station wagons and the soccer moms, you know.
Yeah.
It's good for motorcycles, though. You do some good donuts, you know. On
Well, they love it in South
roundabouts.
Carolina. You don't even have to wear a helmet in the state of South Carolina.
So if I get on a roundabout and just keep running around,
Be careful. You could get stuck in it. I mean, there's somebody right now that probably is stuck in a roundabout, you know, thinking, what the hell is going on with traffic tonight? They don't even know it's them. There's nobody else out there. Them in a Dunkin' Donuts delivery truck. You know, what is he even doing out here that late? Too many questions, Bonnie.
Does it stop the other traffic? If you're
It can if you don't know how to handle it. You know it can. It can bring it to a screeching halt. No puns intended.
Yeah, there's these roundabouts, they all have other signs that say yield, so whenever one person decides they're coming around and then there's 3 or 4 people behind them coming from the same exact direction as them, they just think that the other 3 yield signs should just wait on everybody to come around a roundabout. It's about taking turns. It's sort of like a rolling stop sign. It's like a rolling 4-way stop, but these people, you catch them coming through these roundabouts, and then the person behind them, whenever they come through the yield sign, the person behind them and the next person behind them, well, they just assume that they're following the person in front of them, so they don't even slow down. So, but there is 4 yield signs in these roundabouts, and you can get a ticket for what? Failure to yield. It means just because a person has right of way to come through that yield sign and enter the roundabout, it doesn't mean that you can just continue to follow that person and not slow down for that yield sign because there's 3 more yield signs involved.
I'm
I
gonna
think
have
it's a trick. I
what
think
a
it's a trick.
looked like. And so, did you know that there's 2 different kinds of yield signs? There's a yellow one, and there's one that's got red on it. People in Texas don't seem to know what the red means. So we have these, okay, like you have a major highway, and then you have this other highway that's coming to it, and it has a curve. We'll call it that. I don't know what you call it. And it's got a red yield sign. And I have had semis. I have ended up on the median because a semi just comes barreling through there, doesn't even slow down. My granddaughter's in the passenger seat. No way she's going to get hit. And all I see is this purple semi. So I ran off into the median to avoid getting hit by. But that's what a lot of our wrecks are from, is those people will just, and so the oncoming traffic is going the
Yeah.
speed limit, and you just pull out there, you're going to get hit.
Yeah, you got to find that
You
flow.
They don't know what yield means until you twist their arm behind their back real hard, then all of a sudden they yield. It means stop. That's what that saying means. Stop. It means if nothing's coming, you can proceed slowly with caution. It don't mean to just keep going. This frustrates the shit out of me, this yield sign conversation, because I haven't seen a whole lot of people that even know how to use a fucking yield sign. They don't know what yield means. They think it means speed the fuck up. Hurry up if somebody's coming. That's what it means.
Same with the yellow light. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anthony's already figured it out. He's already one-upping us. He's playing 5D chess in chat.
We have this one intersection that it has a stop sign. So if you're going to the big city, you're going to turn left off of this highway to this other highway to the big city. And there is a median in between those 4 lanes. And so you're turning into the median and you're going to sit there until it's clear coming at you, right? And they're coming off of a hill. So they're not going slow. there's been more people killed right there. And so they keep making the stop sign bigger, thinking that that'll help. Put a red.
No, that ain't gonna help. That makes it worse.
No, they don't care.
No, they don't care.
So coming off of that hill, I know I'm slowing down because some idiot's going to pull out. And sure enough, they do.
There's some places like that here locally. They're just, it's just, I don't know, bad energies, bad areas, bad drivers. They find their magnetic center at these points, whatever it may be. Distracted, careless, unaware, whatever the situation may be.
Mm-hmm.
Like I seen, I don't remember when it was, but it's just kind of just frozen in my memory bank. But going down the road one day, and normally I'm pretty focused, but I don't know, might have been slowing down to a light or something, whatever it was. But I look over, and this dude has all his windows up. He's got on I don't know what you call it, those glasses that you see people wear over their glasses that like wrap around. They're like ski goggles, He had on a pair of those, a pair of headphones, and he looked like he was smoking just a big old fat Cuban cigar, like he had just went to the cigar shop and just said, "Hey man, let me get the best one you got." And I said, "There's no way this dude knows anything that's going on around him at this particular moment, whatever he's got the tunnel vision of."
Yeah.
Like, no offense, but I see like the women, people going down to make, or even men just going down the road, just doing like everything, I seen it all. People shaving, people putting on makeup, people talking on two phones while
Yeah.
eating a breakfast sandwich and driving.
And
Like, where's this extra hand just come from? Whose hand is that?
my kids honk at them. If somebody's on their cell phone or putting on mascara, whatever they're doing, if they see it, they lay on that horn. And so those people are looking at us like, what are you honking at?
Oh, I try to find a yield sign or a roundabout to avoid these people. I figure at least if they would avoid the roundabouts, and at least if they get stuck in them, I could just avoid around them and they'll still be stuck there. So, man, maybe roundabouts do have a purpose, maybe they were onto something, Ha ha ha.
Just remember that normal is a setting on a washing machine.
There's nothing normal.
Well, it has to be a wide roundabout for two cars, so you get around the car. That's the problem. If it's skinny, you can't get around.
No doubt. Shout out to wide bodies. I love the wide bodies. You know
Sounds
who you are.
The derby
Wide
game.
roundabouts, not the wide body on a car. The wide roundabouts where you can get around
So, yeah.
the car.
Okay. Same, but not the same. I got you.
Yeah, we got them down here where they got two lanes around them. Figure that one out.
Okay, that sounds kind of fun. I'm gonna have to go find a roundabout.
There you go. See.
Oh, it's interesting. They have
For motorcycles.
They have an accident at one there every single day. Every day.
Yeah, you could audit roundabouts. That'd be an interesting audit. Be a roundabout auditor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's what the auditors need to do. Stand at a street corner. Well, it didn't have to be a street corner because then somebody will think something else. But just
I think they ought to just give them the job. If they audit somebody and they're not doing a very good job at it, say, okay, here, you try it. You try it. You tell me.
But sit there and blast them on YouTube. Look at this.
Yeah.
Maybe people
will
start.
I just think that people just need to stay in their own element a lot of times. They get outside their element.
What does that mean?
It's elementary, my dear Bunny.
You know?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, and I didn't forget what you asked me. What made me smile today?
There you go. I'm smiling just thinking about it, and I don't even know.
So, Little Red Riding Hood was walking down through the woods one day, and Little Rabbit jumps out on the trail and says, Little Red Riding Hood said, Big Bad Wolf's down there at Grandma's house. She goes on down there at Grandma's house, just kind of busts through the door. Big Bad Wolf jumps out, says, Little Red Riding Hood, said, I'm going to jerk off your blouse and I'm playing with your boobies. She said, no, you're not. You're going to eat me just like that damn book says.
Oh
So,
my goodness. Major smart.
There you go. There's your Alabama joke of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
hell yeah. No,
Say
I'll just tell you, you know,
Little Red Riding Hood sales have been up. You know, people have been purchasing a lot of those, even though it's summertime. You know, who are these people? Why are they purchasing so many Little Red Riding Hoods? Who
Oh my
knows?
goodness. I didn't even think about that. I bought me a cape this winter and it's
told
red.
you.
That's what I'm saying. I see these things
Yeah.
happening, Bunny. I question them. You know, nobody takes me serious. You know, now we know. Where was this at? Was this at a Kohl's? Was this at a Kohl's or Burlington's?
Oh, zombie, take me! I'm Little Red Riding Hood.
See what I mean? Everything was meant for this very moment, right here, right now.
No,
Who knew?
no,
Who knew, ladies and gentlemen?
no, no, no.
Not a good color though. Red's not a good color for bulls and dogs because you know
Oh,
they'll
except if
bore
it's
you.
Georgia Bulldog Red, you know. 100 days away. 100 days away. The fate of the universe remains to be seen.
Hey, but dogs don't like red, man. They'll attack you. Same thing with bulls. They'll gore you. Goats too, man. I'm sorry, what? I do like Georgia, the Bulldogs, but still, man, you got to watch out with that because there's other animals in the world that don't like the color red, man. But the dog's
Yeah.
cool, though, man. It's cool.
And ladies, the reason for a cape is because they can't see things underneath. Just saying.
What's underneath?
You don't want to know.
The world may never know, you know. The world may never
Two
know.
milk factories. It's called Two Milk Factories, a naval base, Dick's Drive-In, 2 calves, and 10 little piggies, and a fish that nobody can find.
That sounds like a nursery rhyme or something, you know.
No, I don't know. That's I don't mean to veer off the tracks on stuff like that. I don't.
No, I'm pretty sure that was a Mother Goose nursery rhyme. Still recited in some circles of West Virginia.
Yeah, it's like horror. I thought I heard a possum shit. There lay a fair maiden in the hole in the grass with soap in her hole. I shall snatch a kiss by horse shit. Oh, snake shit. Oh, hell with it. I don't like poetry anyways.
Snake shit. Where'd you come up with that? Zombie horse shit
Yeah, I
sounds
don't even
good,
know
but
what
snake
happened.
shit?
Man, felt the lunar shift, you know.
Yeah.
Man, when is the next full moon? It's in a few
You know
days, I
what?
think.
It is. It's pretty darn close because last night I was looking up there and I was, oh,
I feel it.
it's all bright and pretty.
I feel it. You feel it? Does anybody else feel it or not?
Yeah, it's
Nobody's
happening.
feeling it.
It's happening.
I feel it for y'all if you don't feel it.
What made me smile today was my daughter sent me a photo of my two grandchildren just after they had fallen asleep after a long day. They look
Aw,
like they look like little angels laying there.
and there you go. And it took you 45 minutes to come up with that.
I got things that make me smile during the day.
I'm just playing with you.
There you go. There's a full moon rising. I don't know the rest of the song. If I did, I would sing it live.
I got to put a metal roof
You must
on
have had
in the
Taco Bell.
morning.
Did you eat Taco Bell? Taco Bell's been known to reduce people's aura. I don't know. I got nothing. Got something, but I have nothing.
Y'all were talking about seatbelts a while ago. I got one more.
All right, what you got?
My daughter, she's probably about 4, in the back seat behind me, in her car seat. Most ridiculous shit I ever heard. Anyway, somehow, some way, she got the seatbelt wrapped around her neck and it locked. And if she moved, it tightened. And I was at the drive-through bank, and thankfully, one of our electric co-op guys was next to me because I was asking the bank teller to get me scissors, a knife, something, which I carry with me now. Seatbelt cutters, y'all keep them in your car.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, she was choking.
Thanks for reminding me. I just realized I had too many accessories on my keychain, Bunny. You know, somebody the other day asked me, did I have any rental properties for sale? They thought I was a what do you call that guy? So we're like they thought I was the super. They said, hey, you the super? And I was realizing it was throwing off my balance and everything. You know, I had the seatbelt cutter on there, the bottle opener, you know what I mean? The intergalactic death ray deflectors. I mean, those type of things, you know, get heavy on your thing, you know. Spare nunchucks, throwing stars, those type of apparatuses, you know.
One more thing, what you forgot? One more thing, a can opener, good old can opener,
What's that?
a can opener. They have little can openers that go on your
You
can.
gotta have it. You gotta have
Yes.
a knife, a good knife, and a good pen. You know, those can get you out of some situations if nothing else. Get you in of them or out of them.
So Virginia told me about this really cool tool, and you can order it online, and it's you can bolt it to your dashboard. Mine's laying in the cubby in the middle. I'm not gonna put holes in my dashboard, but and on each side of the top part of it, it has glass breakers, and then at the bottom it has the seatbelt cutter, all in one. Because the
Yeah,
glass breaker is good to have also.
yeah. I finally took my Tamagotchis off my keychain. You know, I fed them pretty good, but yeah, I had to take my little Tamagotchis and all that off my keychains. It was just too much, Bunny. Too much. It's like having a dad wallet. You know, if you get the dad wallet, it just starts throwing off your hip placement. You know,
hmm
you got a card from like the last 1,000 people you done met, or just, you know, it's just too much. You know,
I used to
start
be
having a
that.
filing cabinet in your wallet. It's bad when you have a dad wallet and you're not even a dad. You know.
Yep. My keychain had it weighed a lot. But now they got the fobs.
Oh yeah, you can fob it out.
So I can't
Fabio.
that.
Gotta have
Yeah.
the needle nose pliers too, Watt, just in case, the foldable needle nose that goes on your key ring or your keychain.
If you know, you know. You know. Yeah, I'm gonna just start carrying around a book bag again, like I'm in school. You know.
Crime tape in the trunk. What are we doing with the crime tape? I'm in.
You know. I do have the bilingual. I do have the bilingual caution tape. You know. Sometimes you have to throw out the bilingual caution tape, the cones. Man, I don't know. Maybe it's just the different interactions I have, but in my limited interactions of doing things on this planet, from what I've seen, you want to trigger some people or you want to piss some people off. You throw out some caution tape and some cones. Oh, dude, they think their whole world. They think that now they are inside the cone and the caution tape. They feel now that they can't move. They've seized up somehow that we've put some type of mythological brain spell on them, and they're mad. They want us to release them of this curse and this binding spell that is this caution tape and cones. I remember one time we did a store and we were changing out the outside lights. You know, it's
Mhm.
it's kind of one of them. It was a uh, what the heck was it? Like a Walgreens or CVS, one of them type of stores. So they're always kind of busy. But we got there early, laid out the caution tape, laid out the cones. Oh man, these people were seizing up and mad all day. You wouldn't believe the people that was nutting up. You know, it's crazy. Basically, I'm just
Hey,
telling them, hey, it's not so much for our safety; it's just y'all safety. You know, we're bringing down these lights in 8-foot sections. You know, um, you just don't want to come bebopping down through here. We're doing everything as safely and securely as we can, but anything can happen. You know, I don't know. Throw out some cautions and some tape. You know, they're gonna let you do whatever it is you're doing. You know, but they're gonna be mad. They're gonna let you know how mad they are about it.
Sure,
you
I'll have
know,
for
Gino
that's
Bonnie, Gino Bonnie sent me a picture of her back door with some heels.
Oh damn,
no, she
And
did not.
just
she
got
did
real.
too.
Why you be telling stories on me? I heard you
Stalker.
at Shad's.
You're stalker.
Bonnie's stalking me.
You do have heels in your backyard.
I have what?
Heels.
I do have heels. Yes.
You sent me a picture of it.
I thought you said heels.
No. I said you showed me your heels up in your back door.
Oh yeah, Cheryl. Yeah, you don't want to fob it out. You know. Just think of Fob as Fabio. You know, let that be your greatest Fob memory. You know, just believe it's not butter. You know, yeah, Fob it out. Fabio tried
So
to tell us. He tried to tell us he couldn't believe it wasn't real. It wasn't real.
do they have any big bodies of water out close to you, Bonnie?
Yes.
Like lakes and stuff?
Lakes, rivers, creeks. We got it all.
Got it
I
all.
have a phobia. I have a phobia about living places where there's no rivers and stuff, only because my skill says that if I got in a bind and got hungry, I probably got about 20 things that I could just go right out and have, but it depends on where you live at, I guess.
Well, we've
Yeah,
got
I'd be the same way. Where there's water, there's life of some sort.
true,
Zombie, don't go to Arizona. You'll be dry there, man.
but we got deer and all the wildlife.
Yes, I'd be the same way if I had to move or shift. I definitely want to stay near some form of water source. You know,
And
whatever it may be.
you Cajuns eat rattlesnake.
Uh-uh. Damn. What's going on down there? They eating baby back rattlesnakes. I mean, if you gotta eat, you gotta eat. You know. I mean, heck, we just think of just the bayou or just that part of just how many different reptiles and stuff like that in there.
Right.
Whatever
Yeah.
else that's still surviving and thriving is pretty dang tough. It's done made it through all that, Not to mention the raging Cajuns. Shoot, get lost in the bayou, you lost. Kind
Yeah,
of
I
like
tell
on a
you.
small scale, like swampy areas here, but it's definitely not as wide scale. Tennessee Swamp's pretty massive, but even that's on a smaller scale compared to other places.
I swam in the swimming pool that they used for the movie Piranha.
Really,
Yeah.
with the piranhas in it?
No.
Oh man, dang. Uh, it's like, man, you took it next level.
But I kept
Who win
thinking,
the
I
kick-ass award of the day for that one?
do what?
Said you would definitely win the kick-ass award of the day for that one.
Well, I kept hoping they got them all because sometimes they can get trapped in that filter.
Oh man, that'd be horrible. You don't want to be that guy or gal.
Mm-mm.
No, some years back they found, I don't know how they got here, but it was the cousins of the piranha. I think it was called the pacu fish. And it kind of looks similar, but it's different. But the teeth on these things, man, it was almost like human like. Like if
Yeah.
you're just swimming through the water, you would think, yeah, that would probably something that want to bite a hold of you. If its teeth looks like mine, yeah.
Yeah, we got a predatory fish invasive in our area. It's a snakehead. That's snakehead,
We've
and
got that.
it's a yeah.
Yeah.
That's all cool, but does it taste like chicken?
They're aggressive.
You gotta
And
be careful with them things.
they can live out of water too, right? Is that the one that slithers like a snake across the sand?
I ain't sure about that, but
Oh
I
yeah, you don't
know
want to
that
mess with amphibious things, money.
it's it's a it's a
No.
it's an invasive fish here. I mean it really costs the local wildlife a little pain, you know. But there's always a bigger fish in the water, I guess.
Does Texas have quicksand? Yes or no?
I'm looking because I don't know. I've never heard of it.
I'd be willing to bet it does. State of that magnitude, there's got to be some sand that's quick there. It can't be all slow sand. Allegedly, we have patches here in certain areas. I don't think necessarily in my area, but certain areas of Georgia.
They got places around me down here that just the mud that you're standing on
Yeah.
can be 20 feet deep.
Yes,
Oh, I
and
bet.
that's what it says. Yes, Texas has quicksand. It's most commonly found among the muddy, sandy banks of slow-moving rivers, creek beds, and natural spring areas. Well, I thought it was just because you
Wow.
sing, but you can get out. It's not like in the movies where you
It's
can't.
just like the movies, Bunny. It's just like the movies.
Yeah.
Takes two. Yeah. But no, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that
Oh,
would be
see,
horrible.
it even says it underneath this. While cinematic myths about sinking to your death are highly exaggerated, getting stuck can be dangerous, fatiguing experience.
Oh man.
They found a
Oh.
guy. They found a guy not so long ago that had been stuck in the mud for like a week and
Oh,
lived.
damn. That ain't good.
He was just stuck in the mud.
Felt like that at certain times in my life, and I don't even think any mud was present. I think it was just a state of mind.
Wouldn't that be a mud pit, not a quicksand?
It could have been. Could have been a, I don't know.
That's what I just figured because it's wet, you just kind of sink. And
Yeah, it'd be like just, 0 to 60, you just step into a bowl of oatmeal in the ground. That
Did you
would be
see a
horrible.
bowl of oatmeal? That's crazy, man.
That's what I'm saying. This is what we got to deal with in the world, man. You got to watch out for the bowls of oatmeal in the ground on Texas. You don't want to walk into that. Heck, we got it here. We're not
Yeah,
immune to it.
a lot of people panic when they get in deep mud. The goal is to flatten yourself out. Don't try to stand up and walk out of it. Just flatten
Yeah.
yourself out a little bit.
yep.
Oh, it's horrible.
I don't know. I want a pond here. I don't think I'm going to put fish in it. Well, maybe some of those big goldfish. What are they called? Koi?
That's expensive. Koi fish are expensive.
Are they? They're so pretty.
Koi, yeah, koi is expensive. The other kind of fish are not. How about crabs? You like crabs, Bunny? It's fun to see crabs fight.
So, when I could eat seafood, I love Alaskan king crab. Yes.
I'm saying seeing crabs fight. It's like a rooster fight, pretty much.
Oh,
Fun to
yeah.
watch.
Down at the coast, there's crabs everywhere.
Huh.
Cheryl, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad, Just try to stay on the slow sand, Avoid the quick sand.
And the gators are usually down around the coast. My cousin did catch a baby gator in a small river up yonder. But somebody had to bought it as a pet and let it loose in the river. Because
Yeah.
there's no way it just came up here.
What the
See?
hell is he yonder?
That's why you got to stay on the concrete, Bunny. See, this is why we need the 15-minute cities in the small, compacted areas, to keep all the people safe from all this type of stuff, Shout out to the concrete jungles of the world.
I'll show them 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Shoot.
Not staying in a 15
That's just
minutes.
a 3-minute round. That's 3 5-minute rounds.
That's all it takes.
Some people, yeah. Some people, all it took was a couple seconds in the first and boom. Start quoting their favorite Looney Tune lines. Navy vet. Good to see you as always. Hope all is well.
Maybe that.
All you late night lurkers, late night watchers, waiters, participators. The sweet teas for you.
Did you guys see the video of RFK catching 2 snakes, the black racist snakes, the snakes that were actually trying to make love to each other? It's funny. You thought they were fighting, but they were trying to make love, and he's grabbed them at Dr. Oz's house. in Florida.
I don't know. I don't think I've had the pleasure of seeing that one in my video sequencing pattern.
It's the other thing that RFK does other than his falconry. He's a falconer. He trains falcons. He also catches snakes. Crazy guy.
We did a job for this customer. I don't know if he ever followed up or what he ever did, but anyway, make a long story short, he had a bunch of different books and stuff, and he said he was studying up. Somebody in his family, I guess he said at one point did it. He was studying up to get into falconry or the whole process, however you do it, however it's done. He wanted to do it. Thought it was pretty cool. He seemed to know about it. I don't know much about it, so whatever he knew was, farther out than what I know.
What at the Atlanta Falcons games? I think it was before Michael Vick's time. It was the 1998 Falcon games. I think with forgot the quarterback. I know Jamal Anderson. I think was a running back back then. But yeah, they
Yeah.
used to have a falconer that used to before or after the game that used to, train a falcon to fly and come back.
Yeah, why not do that? I mean, your name is the Atlanta Falcons. Why not capitalize on all aspects? I know as somebody as the Detroit Lions, it may be hard and kind of controversial and maybe kind of logistically hard to get a lion to prance around midfield, as the halftime show. But I mean, come on, man. We can't get a falcon to fly around, We can't get a majestic falcon, See if we were the Atlanta Elephants, that may be a little controversial. Come on, man. We got to get the Falcons. We can't win a game. At least give us a live falcon. Give us a real falcon. If we're gonna go 3-12, at least give us the falcon again.
Why do I have
they're talking
you got,
about
buddy?
that.
He's probably talking about the subject y'all were talking about. I can wait.
Go ahead, anybody. Rock, paper, scissors it out.
Okay. So Ken just posted this link and I went to it.
Okay.
And
The
it's
one
really,
about the aliens at the White House?
yes, because I had just seen a video of this man saying that if we knew, we would go nuts or something. I don't know.
I've heard that reference. If they knew if people knew the truth, if the masses knew the truth, whatever it is or whatever, it would shake them or rock them to their core.
And well, I don't know that it would shake me or rock me to my core, but
all right, maybe I went too far. I'm sorry, I go too far, Bonnie. You got to check me sometimes. I appreciate that. I got a little dark.
I'm just saying, I don't know that it's believable. I mean,
but for the people that believe it, whatever it may be, or whatever disclosure is coming or has been coming, whatever it is we believe, we hold on to it because we believe it, or we not even really believe, just the truth, whatever we hold to be true. If we believe something or think that it's true long enough, ultimately our belief or whatever it is, or whoever believes something, I don't know, it's tricky. It's true, but I mean, it affects people. People latch on to certain things. Not everybody latches on to everything. Different ideas, different beliefs.
right.
I don't even know. I mean, me personally, I don't even know what to think about it. I think it's if nothing else, it's just a spiritual warfare playing out. Warfare comes in different shapes and forms. Spiritual warfare definitely comes in different shapes. If we just think of us, each one of us, I think we're just spiritual beings having a human experience. We all look, talk, walk differently. A lot of things we overlap and can align on. Whatever it is, religion, politics removed, just day-to-day life, universal laws, whatever they may be. Things that, sometimes you don't even have to talk about or say the thing. They just happen. People do things.
But if aliens are among us in schools, in everywhere that
Oh, there's
thing,
baby aliens? You think there's baby aliens?
that's what that
Oh,
thing was.
man, see, that's crazy. I would think I never really thought about it like that.
So they look just like us, or how? So hey Ken, if they look just like humans, then how do people know they're aliens?
I've seen some people. Now that you mention it, Bonnie,
Because
before the
they
Men
look
in
like
Black
this
came out,
right
I
here.
thought there was some people that looked kind of questionable. You know what I mean? I've seen some people that look like that guy from the Men in Black. You know, where the giant roach went inside the guy with the coveralls on.
Yes.
You know,
Bonnie, did
whatever
you
they
look at the
be.
whole entire page?
No, I did not.
Let's see here. Lay it on us. What you got? They walk among us. I love it. I love it already.
All right, I'm gonna scroll, and then when I get to the bottom,
All right.
you'll see
Dan
what I'm talking
Marino.
about.
Dan Marino's definitely an alien.
I'll even read it.
All
For
right.
60 years, the U.S. government has daily lives. They've shopped in the same store of seemingly normal human existences, with one exception: they do not belong here. Millions arrived under the cover of darkness and embedded themselves directly into our society. Countless presidents
Cover of darkness.
until one man finally had the courage to tell the truth. Bold, President Trump was the first to call in the future of our nation. The truth is no longer out there. It is right here, right now. Now, this is an alien arrest map. It's not the aliens. The aliens they are referring to?
Oh snap! We may have one in chat. Wesley
Are
Jr. E2D said he might be
illegal
one. It's a beautiful moment here.
aliens.
We're having it's a beautiful thing. We're seeing it happening in real time. We're looking at alien documentation. We're having aliens in chat.
So
Man, was that Georgia? Oh damn! Did you just zoom out of Georgia? Is that the alien epicenter? I swear that looked like the state of Georgia.
Look like they put a red dot on Savannah and Jacksonville,
Oh damn!
Florida.
They blacked out Georgia. They don't even acknowledge it
Oh, you want me to
exists
go
in
to
the alien realm.
So they're referring to the illegal aliens. Is that what Ken was saying?
Too much. The Intergalactic
Let's see,
Space Force is shutting down our bandwidth, Bonnie.
You're over here, right?
Yeah, I'm about right in there somewhere. There you go. Oh, no alien activity. Nice. Oh, we don't want you to see what's going on here, bro. Whoa. Seen that? You broke the internet. Be careful. Be very careful.
Augusta,
Don't
Georgia.
damn
There's
it.
been 55. They come from Colombia, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico,
Aliens are amongst
Nicaragua,
us.
and Venezuela.
Wow. This confirms the aliens
There's
are
your
amongst me.
aliens.
Well, I
Wow.
know when they were crossing, and that one guy was down there asking them where they were headed. Quite a few of them said Georgia.
Oh, man. I'm pretty shook now. I don't know how to take it. It changes everything, you know?
Not
So
to
that's what
speak
you
out of
get
turn.
when you go to White. When you go to the
Yeah, not to speak.
whitehouse.gov/aliens.
Damn.
Not to speak out of turn, but the thing about it is, man, is I've ran down that alien rabbit hole, and you say, okay, go back to the Egyptian days of pyramid building and temple building, and all of a sudden you run up on these big black boxes. You see, and they said, oh, they were to sacrifice the sacred bulls, or they were this king or this pharaoh's, this blah blah blah. Okay, and all of everything that you can find on the internet, show me what was in the boxes. Show me a box that wasn't broke open, and show me a box that hasn't been broke open that still has some kind of contents inside of it, and why that box had to be such massive size and weight. You see, what was in the boxes. See, I'm gonna do a video on that one day about what was in the boxes. You know, there was no bones, there was no treasure, there was none of that inside those big black boxes. What was inside those boxes? You know,
Well, the
the ones,
pyramids.
the
Go ahead.
the ones that weighed tons and tons and tons of weight that were underground. What was in the boxes? And then you know what? I've been there. You know what's in the boxes? Nothing's in the boxes. You can see inside of them after they were broke open, after World War One and World War Two, and the Germans and the Americans and the British and everybody else got through. What was in those boxes? What was so important? You see, the same thing that you know. It's sort of like, what do you think a silicon chip's made from? You know,
Yeah, for all intents and purposes and safety measures, we had to move this broadcast down to the bunker. You know,
yeah.
we're safe. We're down in the bunker. We're good. You know, we're at the underground Georgia Command Center. Yeah. What's in your head? What's in your wallet? What's in your chip?
Well,
You know, all the
I saw this guy do a tour of one of the pyramids, and from the bottom all the way to the top, and there was nothing in there.
that's right. Even the Great Pyramid had no mummies inside of it, no treasures, none of that.
So,
Mm.
what are you trying to say? That it's been just a psych?
How do you take a whole land full of people, like they try to write it down, and they say, okay, the first two pharaohs of that side of the world, the very first two, and they say, who are they? And they say, oh, they were this, they were that. No, you're talking about two individuals that rose up in society, consumed society, took over society, built massive pyramids. And some of the older pyramids are not even in Giza. They're in northern Africa. And they're in places like you wouldn't believe. They're in places like Nigeria and Somalia. They're older than Giza, you know,
Wait,
the
pyramid.
pyramids.
Yes.
So whenever you start trailing down through history and the internet and whatever you find me what was in the boxes, what was in the big, huge black boxes. Was it for the sacrificial bull? Okay, where's the bulls? Why would somebody break into a temple to get a bull's bones out of a big black box made out of stone? You know, so the shoe never fit. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
how did they make surfaces completely perfect and square and in these perfection that they made? And then you see all these videos where they show drill marks, they show saw marks, they show this, they show that. Okay, you know, you keep telling people that, you know, the same thing in South America, you know, uh, go beg like Tempe, okay, life, you know, carved stone, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 years ago. Okay. You know where humans were supposed to be at 12,000 years ago? Hunters and gatherers, not building stone temples and carvings, you see. And then that if anybody wants to keep believing, they want to keep believing that humans has only been on this planet for so many thousands of years. I'm just saying that that's not the case. You know, it ain't. Nobody really knows what happens whenever you decide you're not alive anymore. You could wake up in a whole different reality of a whole different matrix. Who knows? But I still haven't discovered, or neither has nobody else been able to say what's in the black boxes. You know, who, 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 who's ever seen a picture of these X-rays of these elongated skulls that came out of that region? We're not talking about bound in the heads of African children and all this stuff. I'm talking about you. What you remember, y'all? I mean, Bonnie, you guys, y'all know about the pharaoh. One of the pharaohs of Egypt was proclaimed to be an hermaphrodite, not from this world. He was deformed in nature, you know. So you tell me, you know, it's kind of spooky, but I think that it's been around for a long, long time. I think that modern technology is just kind of catching up to it. Like I said, everybody's walking around with a digital camera, you know.
What's been around a long, long time? So you think the aliens built the pyramids and the boxes?
Whenever you take a stone, see, and that's not even a half of it. Just like whenever the Romans and such people, or Sumerians, or whoever they are, they built these temples, and they say, okay, this rock weighs 200 tons. Okay. You have any idea how much crane you need nowadays to even be able to lift 200 tons? And you're not going to pull that off with ropes and people. You know, it's not, you know, so I mean, you really got to really just kind of got to look hard at it like the mythological gods of Rome. You know, Roman people, half of them believed in some kind of Christianity in a church, but on the most part, they all believed in gods, different kinds of gods, and so did the Vikings and other people. You know, this Christianity belief, it's only about what, 4,000 years old, maybe if that long. And everybody assumes that this Christianity belief is the oldest whatever. It's not. There's things that's been on side this earth, like the temples, you know, of the Göbekli Tepe. The temples was built 12,000 years ago, before Christ. You see what I mean? They were worshiping animals, and they were hunter gatherers, shortly converted to farming and all that other stuff. And you're talking 4,000 years before the name, the Bible, or any of this came up.
Good night,
It
Jerry.
was all,
You have a blessed one.
so I mean, if you think, if you can't open your mind up and say, okay, how can we take something that comes out of the ground? It's called a microchip. Me and my dad's 87. He worked in computers technology. My youngest brother and his wife are both programmers for Microsoft. The fact of the matter is how do you take something that comes out of the ground, everything around you, matter of fact, all of it comes out of the ground. You see what I mean? So
Mhm.
when you take a rock, a piece of stone, silicon based materials and whatever, and all of a sudden you start thinking about, wonder what they found in those big black boxes down there up underneath those pyramids and stuff. You know, what was Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich's biggest interest inside of all of that? You know, they wanted to find something. It's like the movie Indiana Jones, you know,
Yeah.
whenever they wanted to find something and they did find it, and then they opened it up, and then everybody in the movie kind of just gets whacked, you
Mhm.
know. It's so I mean, people should open their mind up and say, okay, Christianity's a really good way to look at life and how we exist on this planet. But then I've also heard it said, okay, then if there's so much bad, in our society, why was it able to exist in this God that's so great? You know, this God that's so good. It's sort of like whenever you get the president of the United States and he says, oh, we know where all the bad guys are at. Well, why are you telling us why you know where all the bad guys are at? Why haven't you already went and got them and say, this is where they was at? We found them. You know, here they are. Don't tell us you know where they're at. You see what I mean? That's the same as saying, oh, we know those damn Iranians has got a nuclear capability. Well, yeah, they do, but they don't have a nuclear bomb. You see, it's kind of like people close their minds up. And whenever national defense and everybody else starts saying, okay, what is this object being tracked by an F-35 fighter jet? And this thing moves around like the fighter jet ain't even there. Okay, what is that? You see what I mean? What is it? So whenever the government says, oh, we've got this technology, they're not ever going to admit to any certain kind of technology. Why? Because they weaponize it, same as they do at the gas pump. Only the rich elite rule this economy. The rich elite rule over people, and we allow it. You know, that's what that tyranny becomes. It's the same thing when I was telling what about the Bundy guy making a speech at the liberal convention. The fact of the matter is our well organized militias, that's the ones it talks about in the Constitution, in the second Constitution. It says, with a well organized militia, you see, and the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. Well, now you've got the leading government officials inside this country that's canceling all the organizations between people. And what he was saying in a nutshell, and I'm going to shut up, is it takes multitudes of people to step out, stand out in a crowd, you see. And then nowadays, you're going to get labeled, You know, you got to go, like Watt said, you got to go in the back room, security room. You got to go somewhere where the communication's less, it's more private, you see. So whenever it's always on your conscience every day, you're worried about what you say. You're worried about what you're doing. You're worried about what somebody else is thinking. You see, that's the brown shirt days of Germany. That's when people said, well, I don't want to be involved in this, but if I don't, my neighbor's going to turn me in. You see, and it happened just like it's happening now. There's this thing that's spinning out of control. I heard it today. Donald Trump's going to be lucky that he don't wind up in jail before his administration's over with. But if you try to say that, a lot of people's not even going to understand where that came from, or none of his close cronies that's around him in the White House right now. Why? Because they're making millions and millions of dollars on what? I can't say. You see what I mean? Because everybody already knows it. I try to explain whenever gas is up over $4 a gallon for regular gasoline, and somebody says, oh, it's to help our country. No, it's not. It's to help my son overseas make sure he gets home. No, it's not. The state of Louisiana, where I'm at, gets 20 cents a gallon, and that's all they get. It doesn't matter if the gallon of gas goes up to $5 a gallon. Don't people get that? Don't they get the idea of the president of the United States going inside of a meeting room at the White House with the leading oil CEOs on this planet? And what was said, they're going to make a lot of money. And then a week later, guess what? All this stuff starts with the Hormuz Strait and Iran and all this other stuff. And something that they're going to lose. You have to understand that. They are not going, it's not a win. Donald Trump and Hegseth and none of the United States has actually went into Iran and won anything. They haven't won their way in a negotiation because one of the leading people from Iran today at the UN interviews, he was the only one talking. They are not going to back down and they're not going to give in to American demands. So that's to be known, you see. But why do we allow all this? Why? You know, it doesn't matter. You know, we are not in control of our country anymore. The oligarchs and the rich political elite class are. That's who controls your food. That's who controls your water. That's who controls your communication, your medical, your health care, your everything. They're in charge of everything, and we're in charge of nothing, not even ourselves. I'm going to leave it alone. Y'all go ahead.
Well, if you can't say it here, I don't know where you can say it, you know. There's not too many safe places, you know, to say the thing, whatever the thing may be, you know. Let's see here.
People,
Oh no. Oh, there's all type of, hold on. See what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you can manifest words and different things, you know. Be careful what you ask for because you just may get it. Let's see here. Coming to the stage live and indirect. How are you? Welcome to Watts World.
Did I miss the good news report? This guy's a ray of fucking sunshine, isn't he? What the hell?
Welcome to Watts World, D. I don't
Hey,
think you've ever
Watt,
been to
what's up?
Watts World. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just came to give a little
What's on your
howdy
mind? What's on
hey.
your heart?
Nothing. Just looking for some good news.
We need it. We need to hear a little good news, you know.
I don't have any. I hope somebody else does.
Dang, come on, D. I was really hoping.
Darn
I
it.
was really
Oh, no.
hoping.
I just want
I
to come
was
say
hoping you was
hi.
bringing the goods. I don't know. Good
Ah,
things are happening. You know. So
they
I guess
I
must
it's
did.
like
be.
some of those type of things. We see good things happening, and in our minds we acknowledge it. Um,
Must be somewhere, right?
everything. Just to be here is a good thing. It's a blessing. There was people that laid down last night at the same time we did. Unfortunately, they didn't wake up. They didn't know that was they're going to be their last day, their last good deed. So I mean, to
Yeah.
whatever it is in this metaverse matrix that we're experiencing in right now, I mean, that could be a blessing. That's definitely a good thing. Just to be here
Yeah,
right
that's
now,
true.
agreeable, indifferent, whatever it may be, to be here, commune, converse. I appreciate everyone. That's a blessing. In my
Yes.
book, I love all of y'all. You know, whether you love me back, the burden's on you. The love has been issued.
I mean, it's their loss if they don't, right?
There you go. But no, good things are happening. The world throws us chaos. The world throws us all type of stuff, whatever it may be. There's hot
Mhm.
topics. There's controversial topics. But yeah, we can't lose sight of whatever it is that guides us and motivates us through all the clickbait and news flashes they throw at us. I mean, heck, if you haven't noticed by now, it's a midterm year. These are the type of shenanigans and foobar flippery that they do. In
Mm,
my opinion. Not to mention the stuff that's actually, really happening and not whatever they say may be happening. But yeah, election, midterm year. We got aliens coming. We got midterms. We got people getting voted out. We got people leaving. We got people going missing. You know what I mean?
yeah. No, it's good things. Yeah, I knew you could do that, Watt.
No, it's
That's
always
what I
good.
was counting on.
It's always
Yeah.
something good. I like to see
Um,
everybody's perspectives and takes. We
yeah,
all read the same story and get a different take.
that is so true. No, this is not always sunny in Philadelphia, D. I'm D Humboldt. I'm in Humboldt County, California.
Not too far away from you, D. I'm
Are
in
you?
I'm in Sacramento. I watch Cola. I see you on Cola.
Oh yeah.
Shout out California. Shout out to Californians.
Thank you for always being nice to California, Watt, even though I know you'd
Like 'em.
never want to come
I'll
here.
get out there one day. Hopefully, y'all don't break off the map. People say y'all might break off the map. I want to visit you before you become the island of
Thank
Cali.
you. Thank you for saying that and countering all that when
Yeah, I'm
people
not
do
rooting for you to
say.
fall off. That's gonna throw
Thank
off our
you.
balance. What do you think's gonna happen to Georgia? It's like a seesaw. You just don't hop off America.
D's
We
actually
matter
close to
too,
Oregon.
right? I
Yeah,
know.
West Coast. We've squashed the East Coast West Coast beef. Shout out
Did you
Tupac.
think about the Fresno State Bulldogs, man? You can't, dude. You
Now, there's
cannot
some
do
things
that.
in life I just don't think about, and all the
Pilgrim.
side shenanigans and side quests I venture off of. There's ultimately only one bulldog. You know the thing. Don't make me show you the thing.
You know the thing. Say hello, everybody. Oh, lifetime membership.
Hmm.
Let me
Don't be
see.
intimidated.
You
I'm a
know what
little
I
bit.
happened?
just throwed that out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like all
You
your
know
little
what happened?
sound bits and stuff. You're a very good little podcaster already.
Got to maximize what I get.
Yeah, I like
The
it. I see
second
your
generation
talent.
Obama phone with Taco Bell Wi-Fi. You got to maximize it,
Yeah.
supersize it,
Oh shit.
extra grande. They say.
Oh, Brew, stop it.
What's Brew talking about? Oh, he's
He
he's.
loves me. I love you, Brew. Hi, Kitty.
There you go.
He's good. He's a
Shout
good
out Brew.
friend. Pilgrim, everybody. Good to see y'all.
Brew Dub.
Mm.
What's your
Shout
weather
out
like?
RT. She got
What's your
Johnny.
Crap.
weather like, D?
It's crap right now. It's raining, cold, foggy. It was like sunny for a day or two. Today it was sunny. It started off sunny, and then it like was raining. So I was like, wow, I didn't see that coming. But it's humble, so it's pretty normal. I
Yeah,
planted a
no.
whole.
I know my brother was up there in 80, 88, 89. He went to Humboldt State.
Oh yeah, they call it Cal Poly now, or Cal Poly Humboldt. It's a technical. They got a little
What a
upgrade.
name.
Yeah, they got a little
Yeah, they
upgrade.
upgraded the name. They added more syllables.
Yeah, yeah, more syllables. Yeah.
We had a
Yeah,
school like that around here. They just merged, and instead of just making it like one name, they just put both names together. I'm like, yeah, okay.
my dad had a cousin up there with lots of cows. I think his name was Manuel Mirage. I think he died like 5 years ago.
Oh, bummer.
But no, he had lots of cows up there in Fortuna. I forget the
Oh
other.
yeah, I love Fortuna. Oh hey, Cola, good to see you. Kim, voice of reason. Sometimes I'm a bitch. I'm sorry about that. I was trying to be funny, but I'm afraid I might have came in hot and heavy. I was
It's
feeling
summertime. We're
spicy.
coming into summertime. Gotta get
Yeah,
used to the
I'm
heat
a
and the
little
humidity.
spicy, but I'm full of love. My intentions are good. I just want to connect, really. I
There you
mean,
go.
well.
It don't get that hot in Humboldt, in Eureka or Crescent City or that area. Watt. So it's pretty
Mm-mm.
cool. It's damp.
No, not on the coast,
Eureka.
but I'm up in the mountains, so I get the heat and the snow. I get more four seasons than the coast.
Gotcha. You're like probably near Trinity, going towards Trinity
Mm-mm.
County.
No, I'm in Arcata.
Gotcha. Yeah, yep.
Mhm.
I know Arcade a little bit too. That's
Mhm.
my dad's cousin had land and cows in that area too. So yeah.
Small town. I'm in a very small town. My mountain is like one way, you know. So,
Last time I was up there was 1989. It's been a long time.
oh yeah, that's when my husband moved out here, and then I moved out here in 1990. But I'm from Chicago, so I'm not really Californian, but I am here, and we're not leaving apparently. So, how you doing, Bonnie?
Pretty good. I got my internet back.
Oh
Yay.
man, sounds like how long was it out?
Couple of days. We had a pretty good storm the other night when Carl was live,
Yeah.
and I wanted to hang out up there because it was storming, and you just feel more comfortable with friends. And
Yeah.
I kept getting booted, and then nothing.
Oh, that sucks. I dread the day. I feel like, I mean, how many times did we think it was going to happen the last few years? Where's that 10 days of darkness?
Well, and but it was a good lesson for me because it showed me I survived, for one. I'm not
Yeah.
in a padded room.
Uh-huh.
I had to go borrow my daughter's radio just to have some music, something going on, and
Yeah.
I couldn't watch anything even on my phone. It was weird. My phone was like it was out also. I could get texts and calls, but I couldn't watch anything. And
Mm.
deck of
You know,
cards, got a lot of work done. It worked.
Bonnie, I've been having some internet issues down here in Louisiana, especially for the last few days.
Mhm.
And
Hmm.
that's a rarity down here with me. It's just had some real weird glitches going on in it.
Yes,
Something's
same here.
something's changed inside the matrix.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I just got kicked a minute ago with my brand new internet. And it's like, and it was showing I've got full internet connection. I don't know why I got kicked out.
Mm.
Sometimes you put it on airplane mode and you tap it and you tap come in and out on airplane mode. It resets your internet and phone to your cell towers.
Yeah, you gotta be careful how you tapping that thing now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, when we go in airplane mode unless you're getting on an airplane. I don't know. It used to be. I don't know if you still do it, but I know at one time, like if your signal was kind of crappy, you could at one time you just cut your airplane on mode for I don't know 15, 20 seconds or so. They cut it back on, and allegedly it would like refresh to the nearest tower, the nearest wherever. I don't know if you can still do that now or not.
It's always good to turn off and on your phone if you're having any trouble with it. Sometimes it can
Yeah.
help really resolve a lot of different problems, especially if you're traveling.
Yeah.
What'd you just say? Landline. So while he was here, I asked him if they still have landlines, and he said yes. And I said, awesome, I'll be calling for that because I know that a landline will still work with certain phones if there's no power. And he said, well, not anymore. And I said, what?
Really?
So it doesn't have a battery backup anymore. It's
Wow.
In the substations, yep. For the underground line sometimes. Yeah. It's like electrical, they have to have a substation.
yeah.
Why the hell are we going backwards on so much stuff? It's backwards, you know?
There's
Going the
always
wrong direction.
there's always Starlink, the satellites in space that see you, from space. Google
Mm-hmm.
Maps,
Wish amongst the stars, Starlight, Starbright, Starlink. Won't you connect me to the internet tonight? Yeah,
Well,
Forgot about Telesat. Wildlife Telesat from Canada.
that's too
There's
much. You can't really incorporate that into a nursery rhyme. It's too dark. It's already dark, Nursery rhymes is already dark.
They are. They're very
Start
dark.
including Telesat and who
I'm
knows?
gonna drop a link.
Careful.
What I've been checking into and told my family to all look into it so we can start building a network. This is what
Smoke signals.
Vision and
Talking about
Valley
the node network.
Meshtastic. Yes.
I know after Hurricane Helena tore through the South almost 2 years ago. I know, and I've heard in different areas. I know even in my area, man, they were giving those things away to Starlinks and different people. I know the situation or whatever might have called for it, where somebody might have needed it, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Definitely
trust
wanted you to have it.
The
Excuse me.
Meshtastic is you don't have to have internet. You don't have to have satellites, cell towers. It's like a off-grid communication.
I wonder what's powering it, or what's it running off of? What's it piggybacking on?
It's
It
some
runs
kind of.
on.
Go ahead.
It runs on a broadband Wi-Fi, and it's its own Wi-Fi sending out its own signal. And it's called. You have to get yourself what they call a node. Get you a node. Just look up node online. It'll show you. It's a little device that's got an antenna on it. Whenever that height of that antenna, if you put it up on top of your roof, you can get them to where they run on a solar panel. And what it does is there's an app that you can download that will get you in the loop of things, but you got to go back and watch. We touched on it last Friday at Lackluster, and then Trent with Vision Preparedness, he's got a whole video that he did on that over on his channel on video on Vision Preparedness. You
I'll
can
drop
download it. You can download an app on your cell phone right now. You don't have to have a node. You don't have to have a node to be able to communicate with somebody if they have an unlocked communication on their node network. And their node network connects to other node networks, which means that you've got a text-based data system that doesn't require internet. And it reaches out there hundreds and hundreds of miles, and it can link, and then you can eventually link enough people that's got this system together, and you can text somebody from the East Coast to the West Coast to the South to the North. It's a sub internet system basically.
Gotcha.
Like a subvert or whatever you call it.
Yeah, it's based on a Wi-Fi system, except for it would be like if I lived close enough, and me and Bonnie and Watt and all of us lived close enough within reason. If we had strong enough Wi-Fi, we could connect with each other through our Wi-Fi. We don't have to have internet. If you don't need it. It sends out a signal and it receives a signal at the same time.
But you
Your
can only
Wi-Fi in your house, if you've got a Wi-Fi system, it does the same thing, but in a different way. It receives signals from your cell phone or your digital devices in your house, and it broadcasts the internet stream to and from through that Wi-Fi. Well, the node, it's a node basically. It's about the size of I don't know. It's not very big. About the size of a banana that's got a antenna sticking up out of it. And if you research it, like I said, I know how it works because I've got one. But in order for you to understand how it really works, I think Vision Preparedness, Trent, he did a really good video coverage on that a couple of weeks ago.
and I just dropped his link. Anyone that doesn't have Vision,
There you go. Feel free,
Check 'em
sling
out.
the links.
Now, why don't you trust Starlink, Bonnie?
because it's satellite.
What don't you trust about it, though?
It would be linked to either Elon or Space Force or one of those. And so, no.
Oh, like your internet isn't linked to same people or something?
Probably.
Like you got magic internet right now that's protected from people? I don't understand the paranoia. I'm trying to figure it out.
It's not paranoia. I just don't want to support them.
But you
And
you on the internet, woman. You think
my
you're not
internet,
supporting?
I don't know. It's through a co-op. That's who we had our phone with when I was a teenager. I don't know. It's a little small. I have no idea.
Yeah. I know it's a little late getting all technical, but have you ever had satellite television?
No.
Yeah, I've had it.
Okay, whenever
I've had
there's a
Starband and Hughes Link, and they both sucked.
there's
You
a
know, Hughes is
system,
from Las Vegas. Hughes
there's
Net.
a system,
HughesNet.
there's a
Yeah.
system, there's a system built inside that system of a satellite receiver, and it's antenna dish. Okay, and whenever you find one of these old satellite receivers, okay, it might have a satellite company that's no longer in service on its label on it. But the thing about it is all of them have what they call a satellite strength test. which requires, if you look at one of the little satellites on the little metal pole out there, the little gray ones, it has degrees and everything else wrote on the little adjustments on it. But if you just randomly swing that satellite dish slowly through the skyline, up and down as you do it, you'll get a beep on that receiver. And whenever you get a full green signal on the screen of whatever receiver television that's being broadcast, you'll find out that those satellites, even the satellite home entertainment systems, they're still capable of finding satellites up there in low Earth orbit. And some of those satellites broadcast on a public network, which means that it could be, it's just a public network satellite, which means that you can see NASA, believe it or not, NASA has one that you can tune a satellite dish into and a satellite receiver into, and you can hear things that NASA wants to talk about, things that NASA's got going on. It's their satellite, and that's all it's on that station that you're going to see on your screen. That's all your broadcast is going to be about. But there's other satellites. It's just, if you're familiar, if crap hits the fan and people want to know, what can I do? I don't have a phone. My radio don't have a station on it. My car won't start. You know, the bottom of the dreary ass doomsday shit. It means that you can still take a satellite receiver, which is the receiver, the one that goes inside your house, and the coax cable that runs out to the dish, and you can dial that satellite in, that satellite dish, to a satellite. You see, it's kind of crazy how it all works, but there's other alternatives. But the node network, that's a private network. That means there's not a company, there's not anybody that owns it. Whenever you buy that node, you're buying your own system, and you share that system. You link it with everybody else to get out further. Basically, it's like a walkie-talkie that works on Wi-Fi signal.
Yes.
And
It's
the higher up your antenna that you buy, it's really cheap. Vision's got it all down. He's got it. He's got the information on his YouTube channel. But the thing about it is you will have, no matter what, you will have capability of sending text messages to and from people that have the same system. But you can download the app on your phone for free. It's all about on your smartphone, which means your smartphone don't have to have a signal or carrier to be able to still use that system, if you know what I mean. The app allows you to do that, to send communication between people that have the system.
Yeah, Zombie, it's a CBRS signal, the BAM48.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Garmin and TomTom GPS machines. You can basically use the Bluetooth off of it onto your phone. Yeah.
So if you do it on the app, is it text only? Just like if you buy the mesh stick?
Yeah, for now, all I know that it is capable of sending text messages, which means if you had one, Bonnie, and let's say your daughter had one, and
Right.
y'all got separated, the internet quit working, everything quit working all of a sudden, you still have a way to send each other text messages. You see what I
That's
mean?
cool.
But
How much
Yeah.
are the nodes?
mine costs a little bit, but I'm in it
Oh,
for
what's a little
around
bit, darling? I need a number if you don't mind.
I'm in it for around $500, just at
Uh-huh.
$500. But
Yeah.
if you go over and visit, I'm not sure who uses what. Just go to Vision's channel and you'll
Mm-hmm.
see you can track all the hardware back through And then Friday, this last Friday, Lackluster Friday, me and Shad and Trent and all of us was bringing it up. And then we were talking about how to download the app, you know,
Mhm.
to go on and just a free app, which means that it doesn't cost anything. And if you ever had to use that network, it doesn't require internet. It doesn't require any of that.
Mhm.
Right.
You just tap into your Garmin satellites, the Garmin and the TomTom GPS satellites. There's a way to do it, but I just don't want to say it over
With
the
the
internet.
node?
Not with
And
the
I
node.
think,
You
Oh,
don't need a node. No, it's
I
just
think
basically Bluetooth from you use your Bluetooth from your Garmin GPS
I
or your
see. Okay.
TomTom.
Hmm.
I just don't want to say it all over the internet, over an open panel.
Whoops, sorry.
Vision has a link, and
Mhm.
you might get a discount if you go through that. It seems, but I could be wrong. And um, and then Hudson Valley, he was talking about setting up. Maybe it's the nodes
Yeah,
in
Hudson Valley. Yeah.
this, and so he's creating a network of people that he trusts and knows. And I don't know how far out they reach, but however far it is, then he'll put another one of those nodes so that he can reach further. And the more people that get on it, the easier I think it is to communicate with with your group. And that's why I'm trying to get my whole family on it so that we can link up no matter how far away they are. Because the
I
farthest
can
one is
catch
2 hours, 2.5 hours from me.
I can catch 200 miles out
Oh,
to a
really?
single
That's pretty
to,
good. That's
Yeah.
pretty
to a
good.
single node.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
But
impressive
that'd
if
take
that
me to
really
the
works like that.
If you're near an airport or a Navy base, you can hit the CBRS bandwidth, and it's basically like Wi-Fi. That works too, other than satellites.
yeah, but that's the thing is to not depend on any of that in case everything goes down.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, that makes sense. There's also the old Band 26 or Band 27 Sprint towers that are abandoned. That's another thing that you could tap into if you had an old Sprint phone. The Band 26 and Band 27 LT phones, even pre-LT like 3G. I think Band 27 was the old Nextel walkie-talkie, coast-to-coast walkie-talkie. But you have to have an old Band 27 or Band 26 Sprint cell tower around you to be able to tap into that, and an old
Yeah.
Sprint or two old Sprints. People would have to have old Sprint phones, and the old Sprint tower, and the Band 26, Band 27 Nextel towers. So yeah, you would have to have that all. And not too much people have Sprint phones because they sold out to T-Mobile in 2019. So it's becoming obsolete pretty much.
My
Cool to keep
goodness.
it though. 'Cause, go ahead.
Well, that's what I was wondering too. Like, so I'm at the highest point of all of them, but there's hills in between. So I don't know if the hills would affect it or um
It bounces. It bounces. What it is it'll bounce that signal off your node to another node. And
okay.
if that node hears the signal, it can still rebroadcast that. It's just like it's 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 a web of connections. Once once you get into it, I mean, some systems, some nodes, I keep mine locked,
Hmm.
for now. But the thing about it is if something happened and you got a node within 50 miles of you, and your node can connect to that node, and that node is even on a higher elevation, then everybody that has that communication system can
Human.
can receive text messages. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Now,
It's
what can get in the way of it? Is it can metal or granite, or do you know what blocks it?
Solar flares.
Like she was asking about mountain because you said 200 miles, and then you said if it's high, but what if it's 200 miles and it's mountain in between? Is that going to prohibit it from picking up the other node? Maybe.
you
Depends
can
on the path.
go you can go and find probably 10 videos on even YouTube that get into real details about it, and how certain
Yeah.
hikers, certain people use it for it can be used for an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
It's not it doesn't have to have a satellite. It doesn't have to
Mm-hmm.
have a landline. It doesn't have to have internet. You see,
Right, but there's got to
it's a
be something that might block those nodes, is what I'm trying to pin down.
Get out and climb a tree, Dean. Oh, the highest tree. Get on the
But
top
he
of it.
already answered
I
that.
don't want to climb a fucking tree, okay? I want it to work.
That's why we're gonna have spider monkeys that climb up the trees
He
pretty
said
soon.
it bounces
My favorite spider
like it
monkeys.
would ping the other. And I was going to ask them if they would come on my channel and explain more.
it has to be if it
But
has
if
to be protected from an EMP blast. You know, it
right,
just does. If there's a way to where you set it up, like I had to be careful the way you set it up because you can actually burn out your circuit in a certain way by using it a certain way. So it comes with instructions. It's not that complicated, but I'm not an expert on it, so I can't say on anything else on it about. But the distance, what it amounts to is it's a way for people to actually communicate with other people miles and miles around. You know, it's it's a way to stay in contact with the real world instead of whenever if digital technology if they say okay we have a virus in the digital communications network, a virus is not something that's going to shut your phone down or keep you from watching the internet. It's just going to say something. You're going to think you're watching something. It's going to be a total freaking lie. Everything that you hear is going to be jumbled up and mixed up, and you're just not going to be able to figure out what the truth may be. That's the whole design of a virus. Not,
true.
not, it's not to shut your computer down and keep you from anything. It's just to say all of the video communication can be completely pirated, which means that there could be AI videos of people saying things, doing things, causing, wreaking havoc of everything, and nobody really knows what the truth is about. You see what I mean? So that's the danger of the modern day digital warfare. Is to say, okay, I know there's AI technology that can say, hey, the president's speaking, and they've just launched 2 nuclear bombs. You see, they've got ways of making the people inside the public believe that. You see what I mean? To cause
Yes.
panic. So to have a different network to be able to rely on a different network. That's what it's all about. It's about a way to have a network to where there's not a big, huge conglomerate controlling it. The person that has the node in their hand and the app on their phone are the ones that are controlling it. You see. So I mean,
Right.
then again, it could be subject to corruption. It's only good as it. I've got shortwave
The thing is,
radio. I mean, I've got digital shortwave radio systems. I've got a system that goes inside of an airplane mounted to where I can hear things that are happening for miles and miles around on a digital frequency. I can hear the Coast Guard talking out there in the middle of Gulf America, 150, 200 miles away on certain radios. The thing about it is you don't know.
Mexican.
You don't know if you can believe what you're seeing or what you're hearing. You don't really know that. So everybody looks at these viruses like it's some kind of something that's going to cause your stuff not to work. No, it's something that's going to completely screw you up. It could say, hey, you got $10,000 in the bank all of a sudden. Cause you to get in your car, go down to the bank and find out, well, you're overdrawn. It's stupid stuff like that. You
All
see?
right, y'all, I got to ride down to the ATM in the bank. But before I do, welcome up Tasha. Welcome to Watch World. I got to go withdraw this 10,000, y'all. Y'all hold it down. Welcome up, Tasha.
hey,
I want
Hi,
in while I'm
everybody.
down there. If they got y'all want me to get y'all's 10,000 while I'm down there, or no?
Well, make sure you don't go on a jet, man. It's a felony if you go on a jet.
I'm just going to get it anyway.
$10,000
We'll work
cash.
out the details. It might not be much left, but it went to a good cause.
True story. True story. I went to my bank about 2 years ago to draw out $15,000 and close a certain account. It took me 40 hours on an appointment to be able to talk to somebody at the bank and pick my money up and take it to another bank and put it there. 40 hours. You see, on a little 15,000.
That's weird because I don't have that problem. And the whole thing about it is like, my kids and I will have a meeting place, and just to be able to use that to tell them activated, whatever. And then everyone knows where to go and we're all together with whatever's going on. That's our goal.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
I'm too old to go anywhere. I'm not going to move very much at all.
No one's too old to go anywhere.
now here, if it's an earthquake or something, it's gonna be, my kid won't have his phone on him for one thing, for sure, and then a special phone, a second phone, most likely, and then it'll be. It'd be if we could get through the mountains and everything. I don't know. So
Right.
the new systems are always tougher because they're not. It doesn't sound like it's not connected across the whole country yet. It could be, but it's not there. What's up,
Well,
Tasha? Where are you from? What country are you from? You have an accent.
South Africa.
Cool.
South Africa. South Africa.
Oh man, what a treat. How are things over there?
My town, very well. No complaints. I'm very good.
No complaints, huh?
No complaints. Well, I'm staying. I'm happy with
Okay.
everything. I mean, it's bad around me, but with me, I'm all cool. I don't have any problems because
Uh-huh.
I make a bad situation always in something good.
I
So
see.
I'm always grateful for something. Always in everything there is a positive and a negative, and I don't think of the negative. I just focus on the positive things in life.
Well, I read a week or two ago that the Trump administration went into, well, I guess they went into Nigeria, not South Africa. There was some problems in South Africa, big time, wasn't there? There was some uh, murders and things, or was that in
No,
Nigeria?
no, it's South Africa. They killed the farmers and things like that. It's still happening. But
Mm,
like I said, uh, there's two sides of the story, and I'm most thinking of the positive side. So I don't want to talk about the negative things.
I
I know
see.
everybody. I'm a positive person, so
Oh
yeah.
yeah, I just was trying to find out information. I'm not trying to dwell on nothing negative, but I share negative news out of my county, but it's definitely not the same as being a negative person, you know. Sometimes, but I don't blame you for not wanting to talk about it. I don't want to talk about my problems in my county either tonight. So
Right.
I'm with you.
I've
I
questioned
just
her. Like, what's it really like? Because have you seen the Faith Like Potatoes?
the thing is, like
It's
five like potato is like, how can I say it? It's some places it's very bad, and but now with the problems that the farmers is having at is fertilizer. They're struggling to get fertilizer because of Donald Trump and also the war against Iran and America. So the people normally they will say, listen, they shipped it, but there's no shipment can come here. We don't even get mail. I mean, a lot of my USA friends sent me some mail and things. I can't get it because Dubai's airport is closed. So
oh
that's why
no.
so we struggling here a lot, and some of the, like I said, things is really getting ridiculous, the prices. Because, like I said, we can't do this because of this. I have a saying is if a farmer give a farmer fertilizer and he will give you a meal for a lifetime. Because what I'm saying is because if he doesn't get fertilizer, he can't grow things. And if you can't grow things, you can't feed people.
Right.
Because we really rely on the community, the farmers on around me, especially where I'm staying. You really rely on the farmers. So I
Hey,
mean,
Tasha.
people, you can go to the shops and things like, but I'm buying my meat from the farm straight, from the livestock. I buy from livestock from the farm straight, or I go to the fish market and I go get corn and I get my things. I don't go to the shops. It's a lot cheaper actually go to the shops, but it's more fresher and it's not organic. And I don't like organic things. I'm more of a fresh person.
Yes.
How much is a liter of petrol down there where you're at, Tasha?
At the moment, I think it's 38 rand a liter.
38 rand.
Yeah, a liter. So it works out, if I can say, because I think 1 liter, a gallon's equal to 3 liters. So you can like 38. So say, I can be wrong. It can be like easily be like 38 plus 38, 120. So it's plus minus, yeah, almost $10 a gallon. If I can be wrong. My maths can be wrong, but that's just roughly.
That
So
sounds
it's like 10. It's really, but like I said, where I'm staying, luckily where I'm staying, I'm in the middle of my town, so I'm close by. So I walk. So I walk wherever I want to go. Things, and then people say, is it safe? Yes, for me it's safe because I don't go into the bad side of the town or the place where the taxi ranks or where the people steal the things. I know where to go. So, and the thing is, one thing my husband teach me, and I think I know where my environment is, and I observe it daily. So I know definitely something is off. I mean, if you know this person always, they go to their routine. And if you see something out of the routine, you will notice something is wrong straight away, and then you report it. If you don't report it, it's your own fault. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Tasha, it's actually 3 3/4. We call it 4 liters is a gallon, but it's 3 3/4. So it takes 3 3/4 a liter to equal a gallon. Sorry.
He got it right on, man.
No, it's because
That's great.
it's because I got a dual citizenship for Portugal, so Portugal uses the
Oh.
same. So does Canada too. For Canada, they're actually pretty high too. West Canada. I don't know if you know D. If you listen to Tommy Timper, he's on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I like Tommy Temper.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
yeah, he's cool.
for Alberta and even northern.
Yeah,
British
he's
Columbia,
badass.
They're
Yeah.
trying to separate. So their gas is like $2 a liter. So that's $8 a gallon in a
Oh,
place that has
man.
a lot of oil. You know,
Yeah.
Alberta and even Yukon and northern British Columbia, in between
Sure.
Alaska and Washington State.
Insane up there. Insane. Yeah, 649 here. Last time I filled up last week.
In Eureka,
For
yeah,
cheap. Yeah.
in Sacramento it's about 6. It's a little bit cheaper,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
not by much. 'cause
Not
it's
much
on
at
highway.
all though. That's ridiculous. They gotta haul that up here to the mountains and everything, you know?
But yeah, you know, if you cross, because I was up there, you know, Wairika, not Eureka, Wairika.
Yes.
If you go to Ashland,
Can I
it's like 460.
Can I say? Can I say something? I don't know if it's I don't know if it's just my side, but the sound is very breaking up. I don't know if it's just me or something. Maybe it's my
His
signal or
is a
something.
little bit,
It's
yeah. Sometimes
Johnny.
they are. Some people's are. That's just tis the way
Okay,
it
what I
is
wanted-
sometimes.
Okay, I have to tell you guys a joke because that's what my husband told me this morning, and I said to him, "Please take me to a very expensive place tonight because I want to go on a date night." He said, "Yeah, we can go. You know where he's gonna take me? He's gonna take me to a gas station because it's very expensive."
Well, Aztec grills aren't too bad, you know. Them Mexicans, they can throw down a pretty good taco at the Chevron.
Yeah, but I'm just
Exactly.
it's a
Too
joke.
bad.
It's a joke to go to a gas station. It's
Oh,
like I
I
said, it
know,
was a
I
joke.
get it. Some of us are ghetto enough that we've ate it many times.
Like
Tasha,
when
some of
they
those are nice truck stops, like Flying J's here off the 5.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's Flying J's, Loves, and also Pilot, which Pilot and Flying J's are together
Yeah.
now. So they're basically the same.
It's funny you said Wairika and Eureka, and there's a dang Arcadia with a D, and I'm in
That's-
Arcata with a T. Isn't that
Yeah.
stupid?
Arcadia is
Stupid
Southern
ass.
California. It's
Yeah.
San Diego. Eureka, it's Eureka. I know. I used to always
Yep.
get. Yeah, I know that. But yeah,
And the
if you cross-
Eureka Arcata Airport in McKinleyville. How about that one? That's really a treat.
and even the prison there in Crescent City, Pelican Bay,
Yeah, that's right.
where the Christmas trees come from.
Well, they
Well,
come
yeah,
from
I-
here.
If you cross to Oregon, the Oregon border, like I think you're farther because you have to hit 99 to get to I think it's Brookings or Cove Junction. There in Oregon.
Brookings and Gold Beach.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
it was 460 in Ashland, which is off the 5. You're probably
Yeah, Ashland. I know where Ashland is. Yeah, Shakespeare Town.
Yeah, you're gonna pay more on the coastline versus the 5 because the 5 always has gas trucks up and down the 5. So it goes from Vancouver, Canada, to Tijuana, Mexico, or Seattle to San Diego. So it's always got. But when you're on the coastline, it's more. It's kind of bad for that reason. I'm a 5 guy. I always cross you. You know, when I'm not that far when I'm crossing in Wairika. You know, Hornbrook right there. It's only like
No.
2.5 hours.
I don't really know that area, Wairika and stuff.
Zed was on earlier. He's in Mount Shasta.
Oh
which is
yeah.
Zed's place. Yeah, he's in Wairika. Or sorry, in Mount Shasta, which is by Weed. I cross that all
Oh,
the
I've
time.
skied Mount Shasta. I know that area well.
There's a little city called Mount Shasta. It's not Mount Shasta like the peak of
Oh
Mount
yeah, yeah.
off the 5 there.
Uh-huh.
Weed
I
actually.
wanted to ask about. You guys are from USA now, and you guys know a lot about places now. Is Missouri a good state to stay in? Because I got a few friends that stays in Missouri, and I just want to know if it's a good state or not. Missouri.
There's good people there for sure. The Midwest is full of good people. I love the Midwest
Yeah.
people. They're my people. I am a Midwesterner.
You know, Cola's from Kentucky. She's not. That's kind of far from Missouri, but Cola, she's on. D's on her pen all the time. She knows about the Midwest.
It's
Yeah,
the heartland, baby. They don't call it the heartland for nothing. Yeah,
Nah,
it's
you
good.
gotta come down to the capital of America. It's called Louisiana.
Lafayette.
That might be a radical change for her, right, Brew? Chicago, baby. You can take the girl out the city, but when she's 18, it ain't leaving her blood.
Hey,
Not gonna
The thing is,
I
happen.
luckily for me, I'm a country girl, so that's fine with me. I want to go where the country is. I don't want to go into big city. I said at the beginning when I started talking with you guys, I want to go to San Francisco, but I changed my mind. After 2 weeks ago,
Good.
I changed my mind. So I don't want to go to San Francisco anymore.
Oh, shut up, Bonnie.
I'm so glad you changed. No, Dee, you know what the city is like. San Francisco, come on.
It's a beautiful city. It's a beautiful city. Their politics, you got to separate that from the landscape. It's it's amazingly beautiful. But yeah, it's Sodom and Gomorrah. Just set that part aside, okay? Just for a second.
Well, I
Even
was
the
just
49ers
told
left
they
San
shut all
Francisco.
the businesses down. And
The 49ers
a lot,
left
Yeah,
San
there's
Francisco.
that too.
a
Okay, you
lot of
got me.
homeless.
They're in San Jose. They're the San Jose 49ers, Santa Clara 49ers. That's where the real Silicon Valley is at. Is San Jose. It's San
But
Francisco.
Santa
Tasha,
Cruz
go
Santa
to
Cruz is
Missouri.
beautiful.
You have to let me know because I will make a trip to Missouri to meet you.
it doesn't
That
really
will be
matter doesn't really matter where I ever took my girlfriend to. She always found her way back.
it's
Louisiana by Galveston, Texas.
We're losing your can't hear you so good. Your sound has gotten worse and worse. I don't know what's happening,
And
or
the,
you can
the
adjust it,
vibrating
but I
is
can't
getting worse.
make it out anymore what he's saying.
Gotcha. Are you near Baton Rouge or Lafayette, like by Galveston, Texas?
Who you talking to?
Zombie. Yeah.
It was Zombie. He's in
Oh.
Louisiana.
Oh no, I live in Artesia watershed. I live southeast of Baton Rouge there. I live just right on the edge of Lake Maurepas, Pontchartrain. I live between New Orleans and Baton Rouge essentially, but I live more into the Gulf of the wetlands.
okay. You guys are most of you guys are close to Texas, if I'm correct. Now, I've seen that TV series that's Landman. Is that really how it looks like there in Texas? Like in
Bonnie's in
Landman.
Texas. Bonnie's in Texas, South Texas.
Wait, Mad Men?
No, Landman.
Yeah.
Landman.
Landman. Yes.
Landman.
We have a lot of ranches and farms, mostly ranchers around me, but Texas is a big beef producer, oil, a lot of resources here. So a lot of men working.
Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh my goodness. You know, they
Thank you,
filmed
buddy.
the second one right in the motel. Yeah. And I went to the house where they filmed the first one, and it's a restaurant now. It may have been, I think it was a restaurant before they filmed it there, actually. But it's a restaurant.
That's where they cook the humans.
Well, it stays pretty busy.
That doesn't sound good.
I know what they're going to eat in Texas if they run out of cows. I'm going to say that much.
Deer.
Turkey, bobcat.
You know, they took our wild turkey away. I'm going to have to repopulate the turkey population, I think.
Hopefully, they don't start eating horses either.
I will.
At least they're not from South Africa. The South African people, people in the north, it's Limpopo, they eat worms. They call it the Mupani worm.
Yeah, earthworms.
Yeah.
Some cultures here, they eat worms. It's a type of worm. I'll maybe see if I can see a photo of it. And it's gross. It's a Mupani worm, but it's gross. No, but they eat that.
Yeah, I've eaten earthworms, Tasha. I'm strange, but Washington State, they do it. They have earthworms. Compost, and mushrooms too, with the earthworms, like on hay bales and cow poop. The mushroom will grow out of the cow poop and earthworms, and the cow poop and the hay bale mix with the earthworms and the mushrooms. So it's kind of crazy how that works.
Right. And Tasha, that's what I was. Well, I'm really pushing it here. We're having the same problem with fertilizer, and so I'm wondering why they don't go back to the old ways of composting. And because, and not even just that, raising rabbits. Rabbit tea is an amazing fertilizer. It made my cherry tomatoes go crazy. Well, everything did last year when I was using it. There's so many other ways to fertilize that I'm just wondering why the farmers aren't turning to that.
Tasha's
The thing
probably
is
talking about row crop.
The thing is, the farmers here. I'm to be honest, they're doing now. How do I say? It's organic and not organic. It's like they're using a liquid fertilizer with compost. They instead of making the compost, but they make it in a liquid form. So
Yes.
when they sprinkle it with water. And sometimes depends on the pH of the water is at that moment, because sometimes it can damage your plants. One moment it can grow, and the next season it can damage your plants. So it's very difficult. It's a really big ball game at the moment for the farmers here. I mean, when I was that was 6 years ago, 5 years ago, when I was in the fertilizer industry, there's one farmer, especially when he grows something, his pH level for water, it will be like normal, like 7, and then the next season when he goes, it's 9, because all of the crops, the crops that he had used before, and then you have to, and it's just a long process, and the people don't have the patience, especially with a farmer, he doesn't have the patience, so he wants something to grow quick to make money, and if you can't make money, he can't do the things. So it's a very big ball game, actually, if you think about it.
Do you have a lot of wood around there?
Where I say we don't have a lot of wood, but my birth town where I was born, there was a lot of wood, and I think most of you guys, if you know teas and things like rooibos tea and those things, the place name was Zanin, and that's where Africa gets rooibos tea from that farms around there. But I think there's always, it's like once every 2 years or 5 years, they always have a big breakout of fire, and then they have to start over again. So again, we struggle again because we can't have tea and things like that. So It's a very
Yeah.
like, it's very difficult to stay in South Africa because like now we get to our rain in the summertime, and I got Saturday that was it's winter. I got rain in the winter, and that's very funny. And where I stand, it never snowed in my whole life. I never seen snow, but I know where my mother-in-law stays and where my dad stays, it snowed there. But where I stand, it never snows. So but like I said, when I stayed with my dad, it didn't snow. As soon as I left the town, it snowed. So wherever I go and I leave, it snows. So who wants snow? I'll bring it to you.
There you go. But we don't like snow in the South. But I was just wondering because if you start it with wood, like if they would dig down and put in wood and pack it with grass, leaves, whatever, once you get that started, you never have to water it. The wood acts like a sponge. When it rains, it'll seep down in there and the wood soaks it up, and it also keeps it warm throughout the winter or whatever. And you can grow crops year round if you do it that way.
You know, another thing that gets nitrogen in the soil for fertilizer is chickpeas
Yes.
and garbanzo beans in the wintertime. Just grow lots of
And
garbanzo beans and chickpeas.
I would think even the burnt wood would work good because you're getting the ash and everything from that wood. I would think it would be pretty good, actually.
But some trees now, yeah, if you think about like especially where, like I said, the place where I was born, that tree's there. It's like orange trees and it's grapefruit trees and so those trees actually got calcium in. And a high percentage of calcium that some farmers here can't use. I mean, MAP, I don't know what is a full name. I do know what it's very complicated, but MAP, you can't put MAP on tomatoes, if I can say that, or you can use it. But I mean, it all depends on, like I said, it's very important to know the ratio. That's what's difficult to. That's why when we make fertilizer, we go to the farmers and we test their ground and say, listen, we make a special ground from. So listen, I don't know how many tons you're going to use, but this is a sample. Use a little small of it and see how the ground is taking it. Because, like I said, one moment it can be good, the pH, and the next moment it can't be good. So, but yeah, I understand what you're saying about the wood. I understand. We got very good wood as well, so I agree with you. Listen, I'm gonna sorry, wait, I had to leave you guys, everybody. So I got people that's visiting me now. So I'll talk to you guys soon. And it was lovely talking to you guys. And the people in the stream, if I didn't greet you guys, I apologize about that. But again, it was lovely seeing you all. And have a wonderful weekend if I don't see you again.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Good night, Tasha.
Likewise.
I'll look for your email, hon.
I'll send you a few ones. Okay. Bye.
Take care.
She reminds me of Zsa Zsa Gabor in a weird way.
She's a sweetheart.
You
Yeah,
know?
see the problem with fertilizer here in California, they're testing for nitrates in the water to where you can't put too much urea or ammonium sulfate, the white stuff or the yellow stuff for fertilizer. So they haven't tested the nitrates. That's why it's just, I mean, California is going to be hard to farm in it in the state because of that, the regulations of the nitrates level. I'd say just use a winter crop like, you know, garbanzo beans or chickpeas. It's the best fertilizer, non-fertilizer crop. Any winter crop is good too, like wheat for what do you call it? Wheat for bread or hay bales. That works too. Oats. But yeah, it doesn't pay the property taxes in California, obviously, because those crops are cheap compared to like pistachios and almonds and olives, olive oil, even tequila like agave, but that's more Mexico, and avocados too. Mexico beats California's price for that. They beat us; they're cheaper, so for that. But we still got them in almonds and olive oil. For almonds for almond milk and olives for olive oil for California. That's the wine we should cut down because wine's just a luxury food. It's just raising the cost of other food, in my opinion. Just it's a food that really is not really a food. It's just a luxury for your people just to drink on weekends. Kind of probably go with beer is better than wine, even, I think, in my opinion, because you make a lot of beer cheaper than wine, in my opinion. But
Well, I always use yard trash in the bottom, even if I'm using the buckets, I'll put yard trash in the bottom. A cardboard, brown, white, black, and the black is the soil. Cardboard, that paper that they send in Amazon boxes, the white eggshells, whatever, coffee grounds. I mean, there's so many things to produce good fruit and vegetables. And I've never tested the soil. I don't know. I just do it. And my son-in-law is doing it. His are not doing so great. Mine are, he's kind of jealous. So now he wants seeds from mine because he thinks it's the seeds and it's the way I do it. And he refuses
It's the
to do
poo.
it that way.
It's the magic poo.
pee sometimes
Yeah.
too. Some good urine from animals works too.
Yes.
Not cats.
Even human.
Yeah, cats,
Ew.
not cats. That would breed things. Gotta watch out with
I
that.
know, but you can use human waste if you have to.
If you
But
have
you
to,
just have
as a
to,
last resort.
you have to let it sit out and dry. But with all the cattle, people freely give cow patties. I mean, there's resources around if you look into it.
I mean, you don't need fertilizer for winter crops, like I was saying, like wheat hay for hay or wheat for bread, or oats, or garbanzo beans, chickpeas, which is the same thing. You don't need fertilizer for that. You can still grow it. It's just winter crops only. Carrots, I don't think you need fertilizer. Anything in the wintertime really doesn't need fertilizer, little to nothing fertilizer. But in summer crops, yeah, you need ammonium sulfate, which is the white stuff, and or urea, which is the yellow stuff. The piles of yellow fertilizer you see on the side of the road for big farmers, or the white stuff, which is the ammonium sulfate. Just the piles of white stuff you see on the side of the road sometimes. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you only need for the summer crop, but for winter crops you don't need it. So that's pretty much.
Yeah, that and Lauren's comment reminds me. I still got to go shoot my promo video for this year's Catalina wine mixer. This year's summer Catalina wine mixer. I got to go shoot my promo video from my
You're
entertainment
bougie.
that I must
You're
provide
little.
for the Catalina wine mixer. If you
Sounds
know, you know.
bougie.
It's very bougie. I do attend some bougie events from time to time.
Nice. Good
Got to
for
keep up the
you.
appearances.
I love it. That's
Yep.
fantastic. Good.
There will be plenty. There will be plenty of both. There will
Yeah,
be
I
plenty
see
of
your
both.
video. I see you out there. I see you. I
You
don't
know,
always comment, but I see you doing things. It's cool.
it's good to be seen. It's good to be heard. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate
Yes.
everybody for tuning in, tuning out. You know, being here in the present for those that may tune in the future. I don't know what type of setbacks you suffer from, but I appreciate you coming back. You know, if you couldn't get enough of the insanity, the confusion, the communion, the love that is Watts World, I appreciate you. You know, any final thoughts, any final concerns, anything that the minutes need to reflect for this evening's escapades?
Thank you for having
If,
us up. What?
Yes, thank you. Good night, everyone. Much love to you all.
God bless you guys.
if the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy.
There you
Oh,
go.
shit.
There you go.
Red and green, man. That's red and green right there.
Jesus loves you, even if others don't.
There you go.
Now, tell me my bedtime story, Bunny.
But yeah, I definitely
Naughty.
appreciate everybody for being here. You know,
Night.
who knows what the next episode will be? Who knows when it'll be? You know, just stay tuned, stay aware, stay alert. Even if you don't tune in here, stay in tune, be alert in your own surroundings, in your own show, in your own true man show that you live every day. You know, don't get distracted by the blinding lights, the little men behind the capes pulling all the smoke and mirrors. You know, ultimately you can control forest fires. Love y'all. God bless.